I needed a break from the city. Life in the city had been weighing on me for months. Between work stress, noise, and barely sleeping, I was burning out fast. So when I found an old cabin listed online for a week-long rental in a quiet, forested part of northern Idaho, I booked it right away. The listing said it was rustic but had electricity and running water, and the pictures showed a small, wooden cabin sitting in a clearing surrounded by trees. There was a gravel driveway, a tiny porch, a fire pit out front, and not much else. That's exactly what I wanted. Nothing. I left early on a Sunday morning in my old SUV. The drive took almost 10 hours. The last 40 miles were on narrow, winding mountain roads that climbed up and down, with thick woods on both sides. I lost cell service about 20 minutes from the cabin. It was getting dark by the time I found the driveway, barely visible behind some trees, with a rusty mailbox lying on its side near the road. The gravel crackled under my tires as I pulled up. The cabin was just like the pictures. Weathered with siding, a slanted metal roof, and a small porch with a single chair. There were no neighbors, no houses, no traffic sounds, just the hum of insects and the whisper of wind through the trees. I stepped out of the car and took a deep breath. The air smelled like pine and dirt, and it was so quiet it almost made me uneasy at first. I unpacked quickly. There wasn't much, just some clothes, groceries, a few books, and a cooler. Inside, the cabin was one big room with a bed in one corner, a small kitchenette with a fridge and stove, and a table with 2 chairs. A bathroom with a shower and toilet was tucked into the back. Everything was clean but old. The wood floors creaked with every step, and the windows were single-pane glass with latches that felt flimsy. That first night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept waking up to sounds outside. At first, I figured it was just animals, raccoons, maybe deer moving through the brush. But around 2 a.m., I sat up in bed because I thought I heard footsteps on the gravel outside. Slow, steady ones. I got up and peered out the front window, pressing my face against the screen, but I didn't see anything. No lights, no movement, just pitch-black trees under a faint moon. The next morning, I told myself it was probably a deer or maybe my imagination. I made coffee, sat on the porch, and watched the sun filter through the trees. The day passed quietly. I read, took a short walk down a dirt trail behind the cabin, and chopped some wood with the old axe leaning against the shed. I cooked dinner just before sunset and watched the forest slowly darken again. That night was quieter until around 3 a.m. I woke up again, not to footsteps this time, but to a sound like metal clinking softly outside. It reminded me of the sound a belt buckle might make if someone were walking slowly. I stayed frozen in bed, straining to hear more. After a minute, it stopped. I didn't look outside this time. I didn't want to see anything. By the 3rd day, I was starting to feel uneasy. I went out to check the area around the cabin during the day. The gravel driveway didn't show anything unusual, just my tire tracks. I walked around the clearing, looking for footprints or signs of animals. There was nothing clear, but I did notice something strange near the edge of the woods about 20 feet from the cabin. A tree had a long vertical scratch down its bark, like something hard had scraped it. It didn't look natural. It wasn't from an animal's claws. It looked like a knife had dragged along the trunk. I ran my fingers along it. The cut was fresh. I stared into the woods for a long time after that. I didn't see anything, no movement, but I felt like something was there, watching. That night, I moved the bed so I could see the front window from where I slept. I kept a flashlight and a hunting knife I'd brought next to me. I didn't fall asleep until after 1 a.m., and I woke up again a couple hours later. This time, I didn't hear anything. But when I looked out the window, I saw something I couldn't explain. Across the clearing, just beyond the driveway, someone had stacked 3 small rocks into a neat little pile. They hadn't been there before. I would have seen them. I didn't go outside. I waited for sunrise, wide awake, sweating, barely breathing. As soon as it was light, I stepped outside and walked to the rock pile. The rocks were small, round, smooth river stones, nothing like the gravel in the driveway. Someone had brought them there, placed them there carefully. I kicked the pile over and looked around. Still no footprints, but I was sure someone had been here. I spent the day feeling like I was losing my mind. I walked the woods again, checked every window and door, and considered packing up and leaving. But something kept me there. Maybe pride, maybe stubbornness. I told myself maybe a hiker had passed through and left the rocks as some weird art or marker. Maybe I was just tired and paranoid. That night, I barely slept. At one point, I thought I heard breathing outside the window, slow and steady. I didn't move. I just stared at the ceiling until it stopped. On the fifth morning, I found something new. The axe I'd left leaning against the shed was gone. I looked all around the yard, behind the cabin, even in the woods nearby. It was just gone. That terrified me more than anything else. Someone had taken it. Someone who had to be close. Someone who knew I was alone. I packed my bags. I threw everything back into the SUV and planned to leave. I didn't care about the money I'd spent. I was ready to be done with it. But when I tried to start the car, the engine clicked once and died. Battery was dead. I checked under the hood, even though I didn't know much about cars. The battery cables looked fine. Nothing seemed loose or cut, but something was wrong. I went back inside, locked the doors, and sat there trying to decide what to do. I had no cell signal, no landline. The nearest town was 20 miles away, and the road was rough, especially on foot. I thought about trying it, but it was already mid-afternoon. I didn't want to be out in those woods after dark, so I stayed. I told myself I'd leave at first light. I just had to make it one more night. I didn't turn any lights on that evening. I sat in the dark, quietly, listening. Around 11 p.m., I heard the gravel again. Someone walking slowly across the driveway. Then I heard them step onto the porch. I couldn't move. I was on the floor behind the table, heart hammering. They stood there for a long time. No knocking, no sound, just standing. Then the handle on the door turned. It was locked, but it turned slowly, like they were testing it. After a moment, it stopped. A few seconds later, I heard soft footsteps moving around the side of the cabin. I crawled to the window and peeked out. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt their presence. I could almost feel eyes on me. Then the back door rattled. I stayed there all night, hiding, waiting. The sound stopped around 3 a.m., and I finally fell asleep from exhaustion around dawn. When I woke up, the first thing I did was grab my bags and set out on foot. I took the gravel road, walking fast, never looking back. I didn't stop to eat. I didn't stop for water. After nearly 7 miles, I got a single bar of service and called for help. A tow truck came later that day. The guy didn't ask many questions, just said the battery had been yanked halfway loose, like someone had tried to disable it. I didn't tell anyone the full story. I didn't see a face. I didn't get a name. I never even saw the person, not clearly. But I knew they were there, watching me every night, moving around the cabin, listening, waiting. They never broke in, never showed themselves, but they wanted me to know they were there. They wanted to scare me, and it worked. A week later, I got a call from the rental agency. They told me the owner went up to check the place and found the axe stuck in a tree stump 20 feet from the front porch, with a folded piece of paper underneath it. The note had no writing on it, just 3 small river stones resting on top to keep it from blowing away. I never went back. I had always liked the idea of getting away from everything. Life in the city felt too loud, too crowded, and too fast. I wanted silence, fresh air, and the kind of stillness that made you feel small, like you were part of something bigger. That's why I decided to spend a week alone at an old cabin I found listed online. It was a simple, rustic place deep in the woods, far from any town or road. The pictures showed a small wooden cabin surrounded by tall pine trees. It had a stone chimney and a porch with a creaky wooden swing. Inside, there was a wood stove, a kitchen with a few old appliances, a small table, and a bed in a corner. No electricity, no internet, no phone signal. Perfect. I drove for hours, the road getting narrower and rougher the closer I got. At one point, the pavement turned to dirt, and I had to slow down to avoid hitting rocks and tree roots. The car bounced with every bump. The trees grew closer to the road, their branches brushing the roof. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, sharp and fresh. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was dipping low behind the trees. The porch swing creaked gently in the breeze. The place was quiet except for the soft sounds of the forest, birds, distant rustling, the occasional snap of a twig. Felt peaceful but also lonely. I wasn't sure if that was a good feeling or not. I unloaded my bags, stacking wood for the stove and unpacking basic food supplies. I planned to live simply, no distractions, just me, the woods, and the quiet. The first night was cold. I built a fire, feeling the warmth creep into the room. The wood stove crackled and popped. Outside, the darkness was thick, almost pressing against the windows. I sat close to the fire, reading a book with a flashlight, listening to the night sounds. Sleep didn't come easily. I kept hearing small noises, branches tapping the windows, an animal moving outside. Once, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch, but when I looked, there was nothing, just shadows and trees. The next day, I decided to explore the area. I walked the narrow paths through the woods, the ground soft with moss and fallen leaves. The sun filtered through the branches, casting moving patterns on the forest floor. I saw deer tracks, heard the distant call of a hawk, and felt the fresh breeze on my face. It was everything I wanted. But as the day went on, the forest felt less welcoming. The silence grew heavy, like it was watching me. I kept catching glimpses of movement just beyond my sight, something shifting in the bushes or between the trees. Nothing ever came close, but the feeling of being followed settled in my chest like a stone. Back at the cabin, the fire was low again. I cooked some food over the stove and tried to relax, but the sense of unease lingered. I kept checking the locks on the door and windows, even though I knew the place was isolated. Why would anyone come out here? The nearest road was miles away. That night was worse. The sounds outside grew louder, branches scraping against the cabin, twigs cracking close to the windows. At one point, I heard a deep, low growl from somewhere in the dark. I froze, heart pounding. It didn't sound like a dog or a coyote. It was heavier, more threatening. I grabbed my flashlight and a small hunting knife I'd brought, shining the light out into the blackness, but I saw nothing, only trees and shadows. Sleep was impossible. I sat by the fire, waiting for dawn. The noises never stopped. The wind shifted, carrying strange scents. Wet fur, earth, something metallic. I knew animals were near, but this felt different, like something was trying to get closer. The next morning, I found deep scratches on the porch railing. Long, jagged lines like claws had raked the wood. My skin crawled. The cabin felt invaded, not by people, but by something wild and dangerous. I packed up some essentials and walked down the nearest trail to the main road to get a better phone signal. I needed to tell someone just in case. On the way back, I saw tracks in the dirt. Huge paw prints, bigger than any bear I'd seen. They circled around the cabin but never came onto the porch. I felt watched the whole time. The forest had eyes. That night, I was ready. I barricaded the door with a chair and nailed a few pieces of wood against the windows. I made sure the fire was roaring. I sat with my knife in my lap, every sense alert. The growls started again, closer this time. Scratches and thumps against the walls. Something big was outside, moving around the cabin, trying to find a way in. I didn't sleep. At dawn, the noises stopped. I opened the door carefully. The ground was torn up all around the cabin. The scratches were deeper, and I saw tufts of dark fur caught on the wood. Whatever had been there was massive. I called a ranger station and reported the incident. They told me it could have been a bear, but the sounds and the way it circled the cabin didn't match normal bear behavior. They advised me to leave the area immediately. I packed my things, left the cabin locked behind me, and walked to my car. I kept looking back, half expecting to see those huge eyes staring at me from the trees. The feeling of being hunted didn't leave me until I was back on the paved road, under the sun and surrounded by cars and people. I never went back to that cabin. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still hear those growls and the scrape of claws on wood. The forest had been beautiful, but it was wild, and I learned the hard way that some places are better left alone. I remember the day I decided to go to that cabin like it was yesterday. It wasn't a special occasion or a planned getaway. It was just a sudden urge to get away from everything. The noise, the city, the constant buzz of people and traffic. I needed silence. Real silence. Deep in the woods where no one could bother me. I found a small cabin for rent a few hours away, owned by a local farmer who didn't have many visitors. The pictures looked simple but inviting. Nothing fancy, just a wooden cabin, a small porch, and dense forest all around. When I arrived, the sun was dipping low, spilling gold and red through the tall pines. The air smelled like fresh earth, pine needles, and a faint trace of smoke from a nearby chimney. The road was gravel, winding through the forest, and I had to slow down a few times for deer that darted across. The last stretch was narrow and unpaved, making the cabin feel even more isolated. I pulled up to a small clearing where the cabin sat quiet and still. No neighbors in sight, just the cabin, a fire pit outside, and trees stretching as far as I could see. The cabin was about 30 feet by 20, built with rough-cut logs that had aged dark and worn over the years. The roof sagged a little, and the windows were small with old panes. The door creaked when I opened it, and inside it smelled like wood smoke and something faintly musty. There was a small kitchen area with a stove and a sink, but no running water. The farmer had left a large water jug on the porch and a bucket inside for waste. There was an old oil lamp on the table, some blankets on the bed, and a thick wool rug on the floor. I unpacked my things slowly, careful to listen to the silence that filled the room. No hum of electricity, no cars, no people. Just the occasional creak of the cabin settling and the rustle of wind in the trees. Outside, the birds had quieted for the night. I built a fire in the stone fire pit just outside, careful to stack the wood so it would burn slowly. The flames cast long shadows across the clearing, and I sat there watching as the stars slowly appeared one by one in the dark sky. Night fell fully, and with it came a deep quiet I hadn't experienced in years. The kind of quiet that presses on your ears and makes you aware of every small sound. The crackling of the fire, the chirp of crickets, the occasional snap of a twig somewhere in the dark. I felt peaceful but also a little uneasy. It was the kind of place where your mind starts to wander, filling in the silence with imagined noises and shapes. After some time, I went inside and lit the oil lamp. The flickering light made the cabin feel cozy, but the shadows it threw against the walls were long and shifting. I lay down on the bed under the thick blankets, feeling the weight of the quiet pressing in. I tried to sleep, but my mind kept drifting back to noises outside. The soft rustling, the snapping of branches, like something moving just beyond the tree line. In the middle of the night, I woke to a noise near the cabin. A low, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled over the gravel. It stopped suddenly. I held my breath and waited. Nothing. Then, from the window, I caught a glimpse of a shadow moving quickly behind the trees. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the shape was too big, too low to the ground to be a deer. The next morning, I went outside with a flashlight to check the perimeter. Near the fire pit, I found strange marks on the gravel. Long scratches and what looked like deep grooves, almost like claw marks, but too large for any animal I knew around there. I followed them a little way into the woods, but they disappeared after a few feet. The forest looked untouched, no signs of human activity or tracks, just those strange marks near the cabin. I didn't tell anyone about it at first. I told myself it was probably some wild animal, or maybe a truck or ATV had passed through before I arrived. But that night, the noises started again. Not just outside the cabin, but sometimes inside too. Scratches at the wooden walls, tapping noises on the windows, even a heavy thump on the roof. At first, I tried to ignore it, thinking it was the cabin settling or animals moving around. But it didn't feel normal. The sounds came at irregular times, sometimes just after I turned off the lamp or when I was about to fall asleep. The third day was worse. I woke to find the water jug on the porch knocked over, cracked, and empty. I had been careful to keep it inside the porch roof area where it wouldn't get hit by animals or wind. No footprints around it, no signs of human or animal nearby. Just shattered plastic and spilled water soaking into the dirt. I gathered the pieces and went back inside, feeling uneasy. I checked the windows and doors, all locked tight. That afternoon, I decided to explore deeper into the forest. Maybe a walk would calm my nerves. The trees were tall and thick, the ground soft underfoot with fallen leaves and moss. I walked slowly, listening for the birds or the wind. After a while, I noticed something odd. More of those strange scratches on tree trunks and rocks, deeper and longer than before. They looked deliberate, as if someone or something had marked the trees. The marks were jagged and uneven, some carved deep into the bark. I walked back quickly, feeling the weight of those marks pressing on me. The forest didn't feel friendly anymore. The light was fading, and I could already feel the cold creeping in. I started a fire again at the pit, gathering dry wood and leaves. I stayed close to the fire, watching the shadows dance around the clearing. That night, the sounds were closer. Scratches right outside the cabin walls, slow footsteps circling the clearing, soft thuds on the door. I didn't dare look outside. I stayed frozen under my blanket, the oil lamp burning low, my heart pounding in the silence between the sounds. On the fourth day, I found something else. Near the back of the cabin, hidden in the brush, was an old, rusted trap, the kind used for catching animals. It was broken and twisted, but still sharp and dangerous. I didn't set it there. I was sure of it. Someone had been there recently. I decided to pack up and leave, but that night the noises became desperate. Heavy banging on the cabin walls, repeated scraping, and low growls that sounded too deep for any wild animal. I stayed awake all night, clutching a large branch I had found in the forest for protection. The cabin felt like it was closing in on me. At dawn, I didn't waste a second. I loaded everything in my car and drove away without looking back. The road seemed longer on the way out, the forest closing in on both sides. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me. But there was nothing. When I got back to town, I called the farmer to tell him about the marks, the noises, and the trap. He sighed and said something about people coming through the forest illegally, hunting or trapping animals without permission. He warned me I had probably stumbled into an area used by poachers or trespassers who didn't like visitors. I never went back. The silence I wanted became a nightmare, and the peace I sought turned into fear. That cabin was real, the woods were real, and whatever had been out there with me was real too. No ghosts, no stories, just the harsh reality of people living wild, sometimes dangerous, on the edge of the forest. I learned that some places, no matter how beautiful or quiet, can hide real threats. The kind that don't need ghosts or spirits to scare you. Just the knowledge that someone else, someone dangerous, could be watching in the dark. And sometimes the best thing you can do is get out fast and never look back. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. After a long, stressful year working in the city, I decided it was time to escape, to get away from the noise, the endless traffic, and the constant hum of busy life. I wanted quiet, peace, and a break. A cabin in the woods sounded perfect. No internet, no cell phone service, no distractions. Just me and nature. I rented a small, old cabin deep in the forest, about 3 hours from the nearest town. The pictures online made it look cozy. Wooden walls, a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, and a single bedroom. The owner said it was perfect for people who wanted to disconnect. That was exactly what I needed. I packed my bags carefully, warm clothes, enough food for a week, a good flashlight, batteries, a pocket knife, and a first aid kit. I also took an old camping stove since the cabin's kitchen looked pretty basic. I brought plenty of bottled water and some books to read. No fancy electronics, just the essentials. The drive was long but peaceful. The last hour was on a dirt road, narrow and winding through tall trees. As I neared the cabin, the forest grew thicker and the only sound was the wind brushing through the branches and the occasional bird call. When I finally saw the cabin, it was even more rustic than I expected. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines, with a small creek running nearby. The first thing I did was explore the area around the cabin. The grass was a little overgrown, and the porch was dusty, but everything was intact. The windows were grimy, but I could see inside. It looked like someone had been there recently, but the place wasn't dirty. It had that musty smell old wooden houses get, mixed with the fresh scent of pine trees and damp earth. Inside, the cabin was simple but comfortable. The furniture was old but solid. There was a wooden table with 2 chairs, a small couch, and a bed pushed against one wall. The fireplace took up one side of the room, with a stack of firewood neatly piled nearby. The kitchen was tiny, just a sink, a small fridge, and the stove I brought. No running water except what was in the sink. I'd brought extra water for that. I unpacked and started a fire in the fireplace. The warm glow filled the cabin with a cozy feeling. Outside, the sky was darkening, the stars just beginning to peek out. I cooked a simple dinner on the stove, then settled in with one of my books. The first night was quiet. I fell asleep easily, lulled by the sounds of the forest, the distant call of an owl, the rustling of leaves in the wind. But I woke up several times during the night, hearing noises that seemed too close for comfort. Twigs snapping outside, a low rustle near the window. I told myself it was just animals, deer or raccoons moving through the brush. The next day I explored more. There was a small trail behind the cabin that followed the creek. The water was clear and cold, and the air smelled fresh. I spent hours walking and taking photos, feeling lighter than I had in months. The sun was warm on my skin, and I was alone in the quiet woods. But something didn't feel right. I noticed that the trees near the trail had strange marks. Deep scratches, like someone or something had clawed at the bark. At first, I thought maybe a bear or some large animal, but the scratches looked deliberate, too long and straight for claws. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was probably just broken branches from storms. The cabin felt safe during the day, but at night the feeling of unease grew stronger. The forest was darker than I expected once the sun went down. The shadows seemed deeper, more solid. I kept hearing noises, footsteps on the porch, the crunch of leaves just beyond the clearing. Sometimes I'd see movement in the trees, quick and silent, but whenever I looked, there was nothing. On the third night, things took a turn. I was sitting by the fire, reading, when I heard footsteps outside. Slow, careful, deliberate. I froze and listened. The steps stopped at the porch, then moved away. My heart pounded. I grabbed my flashlight and checked the windows. Nothing. I went outside to look around the cabin. The ground was soft from recent rain, and there were fresh footprints in the dirt. They were human footprints, boots with deep treads. I followed them around the clearing, but they stopped abruptly near the edge of the woods. No sign of anyone else. I felt exposed, vulnerable. The forest that seemed so peaceful during the day now felt like it was watching me, closing in. I locked the cabin door and double-checked the windows before going back inside. Couldn't sleep that night. Every sound made me jump. The wind sounded like whispers. The trees groaned like voices. The next morning, I found a piece of paper slipped under the door. It was a scrap torn from a notebook, with a single word written in rough letters: "Leave." My hands trembled as I read it. Who had left it? Why? I had no cell service here, no way to call for help or even check the nearest road. The dirt road I drove in on was miles away, and I had no idea how long I could stay here safely. I thought about packing up and leaving, but something made me hesitate. Maybe it was stubbornness, or maybe I wanted to prove to myself I wasn't afraid. I decided to stay one more day and then leave in the morning. That day, I tried to keep busy. I cleaned the cabin, gathered firewood, and went back to the creek to wash up. The sun was out and the forest looked friendly again, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I kept checking behind me when I was on the trail, but no one was there. When night came, I barricaded the door as best I could. I stacked heavy chairs against it and jammed a metal rod under the handle. I shut all the windows and pulled the curtains tight. I sat by the fire with a large kitchen knife on the table in front of me and waited. Around midnight, I heard it again, the footsteps, slow and steady on the porch. Then a soft knock, 3 times, quiet but deliberate. I didn't answer. I didn't move. The knocking stopped. Then I heard the sound of the front door handle rattling, like someone trying to open it. The chair moved slightly, I held my breath and gripped the knife tighter. After a few minutes, everything went silent. I stayed awake the rest of the night, flashlight in hand, waiting for dawn. When morning came, I checked the door. The chair was moved slightly, but nothing else was disturbed. I wanted to leave right then, but my car was still a long drive away. I packed as quickly as I could, throwing everything into my bags. As I stepped outside, I saw fresh footprints circling the cabin, not just on the porch but all around. They looked like someone had been standing there all night, watching. I didn't wait. I got into my car and started the engine. As I drove down the dirt road, I kept looking in the rearview mirror. The footprints didn't fade, no matter how far I got. When I reached the paved highway, I called the local police from a gas station. They took my report but said they couldn't do much without evidence. They warned me the area had some problems with illegal hunting and trespassing, but nothing violent. I told them what happened about the note, the footsteps, the knocking. They said it sounded like someone trying to scare people away, maybe squatters or someone wanting privacy. No ghosts, no demons, just people. I felt a strange mix of relief and anger. Relief that it wasn't something worse, but anger that someone had invaded my peace, threatened my safety. Since then, I haven't gone back to that cabin or any place like it. I still love nature, but I've learned to be more careful, to trust my instincts, to know that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts, but other people. And sometimes the woods aren't as empty as they seem. I was tired of everything. The noise, the traffic, the screens, the constant pressure to be on. I needed a break from it all. I'd been working nonstop for months. Long hours, little sleep, barely eating right. My head felt like it was going to explode some days, just from the emails and deadlines and phone calls. So when I found this cabin rental deep in the woods of northern Idaho, I booked it without even thinking twice. No Wi-Fi, no phone service, no neighbors. That was the point. It was early October when I went. The weather was just starting to change, and the leaves were turning those deep oranges and reds that always made me feel calm. I packed up my SUV with enough food for 2 weeks, brought extra gas cans, a couple coolers of water, clothes, firewood, books, and a small generator in case I wanted to power something briefly. The owner had emailed me basic directions. He said the last part of the road might be washed out, but that the cabin was fully stocked and safe. I didn't care. I just needed to be away from people. The drive out took nearly 10 hours. Most of it was highway, but the last stretch was a narrow, winding dirt road that seemed like it hadn't been touched in years. My tires kicked up dust as I drove deeper into the forest. Pines towered on both sides. I lost all cell service about 45 minutes from the cabin. That actually felt like a relief. I stopped a few times to check the printed directions, and finally I saw it. A small wooden cabin set back from the road, surrounded by thick trees and brush. It looked perfect. Small front porch, old tin roof, chimney, single window on the front. I parked beside it and just sat there for a while with the engine off. It was so quiet I could hear my heart beating. No wind, no birds, no cars, just silence. I felt like I had been dropped into another world. Inside the cabin was simple. A small kitchen with a gas stove and an old propane fridge, a wooden table with 2 chairs, a single bed in the back, and a little bathroom with a composting toilet and water barrel for washing. There were shelves of canned food and basics like salt, flour, beans, and matches. I could tell no one had been there in a long time. Dust had settled on everything. I opened a few windows and swept the floor. I unpacked my stuff, filled the water container, and made some instant coffee on the stove. I felt calm for the first time in months. The first 2 days were exactly what I needed. I woke up early, made breakfast, read outside, went for long hikes along old game trails, took naps in the afternoon, then sat by the fire at night with a blanket wrapped around me. The cold at night was sharp, but I had plenty of wood and warm clothes. I wrote in a notebook. I barely used the generator, only once to charge my headlamp and check that it worked. I felt completely disconnected from the world. That was the point. But on the 3rd night, something changed. I was sitting inside after dark, writing with only my lantern lit. The fire was going crackling in the wood stove. I heard what I thought was a tree branch snapping outside. At first, I didn't think anything of it. The woods make sounds. But then I heard another snap, and then something heavier like a footstep. I turned off the lantern and sat still, trying to hear more clearly. There it was again, a crunch. Not an animal. Too steady. It sounded like someone was walking slowly through the brush, just behind the cabin. I held my breath for a long time. The sounds kept moving very slowly. They circled the cabin once, then stopped. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I sat there in the dark until the fire went cold. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to check. I didn't see anything. No tracks, no broken branches. I convinced myself it was maybe a deer or elk. Big animals can sound like people. I went on with my day, but I carried my hunting knife with me from then on, just in case. That night I heard it again. The same slow, crunching footsteps circling the cabin. This time they stopped by the front door. I didn't sleep. I got up early the next day and walked about half a mile out to the dirt road, thinking maybe I'd see tire tracks or something unusual. Nothing. The road was covered in pine needles and leaves. I started to feel uneasy, not scared exactly, just unsettled. Later that day, I went for a hike up a ridge to get a view of the valley. From up there, I could see the narrow road winding through the trees. No cars, no smoke from any other cabins, just miles and miles of forest. But when I came back to the cabin, something was off. I had left my mug on the table. It was now in the sink. My pack had been moved from the floor to the chair. My extra boots were by the door, unlaced, like someone had tried them on. I stood there frozen for a full minute. I checked the door. It had been locked when I got back. Same with the windows, but someone had been inside. I was sure of it. That night, I barricaded the door with a chair and a table. I kept the knife beside me, and I didn't light the lantern. I listened. I barely breathed. At one point, maybe around midnight, I heard a knock, just one, on the back wall, then nothing. I sat up the rest of the night. In the morning, I made coffee and packed my things. I wasn't waiting for this to get worse. I loaded the SUV and decided to head back a day early. But when I tried to start the engine, nothing happened. Battery was dead, completely. I popped the hood. Everything looked fine. I checked the battery cables. No corrosion. Tried the starter again. Just clicks. I opened the gas can to make sure no one had messed with the fuel. The can was empty. It had been full the day before. I felt my stomach turn. Someone had siphoned my gas. I went back into the cabin, locked the door, and sat down. I wasn't angry. I was scared now. Not the kind of scared you feel watching a movie. This was cold, slow, gut-deep fear. Someone didn't want me to leave, and they were making sure I stayed put. I didn't have a radio or phone. The nearest ranger station was probably 30 miles away. I was stuck. I stayed inside the rest of the day listening. I thought about walking out the next morning, taking my pack and hiking until I hit a road or a house. But I wasn't sure I'd make it before dark, and I didn't know if I'd be followed. That night, everything was silent. No steps, no knocks, nothing. But when I woke up, I found footprints outside the window. Bare feet, human. They circled the cabin, then walked off into the woods. I don't know how I stayed calm. I think I was in some kind of survival mode. I rationed my food, boiled water, and made a plan. If I stayed put, maybe someone would come. Maybe the owner would check on the place. That didn't happen. Instead, the visits got bolder. 3 nights later, I heard the back door rattle. Then I heard breathing, low, heavy breathing, right on the other side of the wood. I pressed my back to the wall and gripped the knife. I didn't move. The breathing stayed for almost 10 minutes. Then it stopped. In the morning, I found long scratches down the back wall. Not from claws, from a knife or some sharp object. That day, I found something worse. About a quarter mile from the cabin, I saw a small clearing I hadn't noticed before. In the center of it was a pile of things: trash, bones, old clothes, broken tools. It looked like someone had been living there off and on for years. There was even an old sleeping bag half buried under a tarp. But the worst part was the pictures. Polaroids, dozens of them pinned to a log with rusted nails. All were of people, campers, hikers, hunters. Some looked recent. One of them was me, taken from outside the cabin. I ran. I didn't even go back for my gear. I ran for hours following the road. My legs gave out twice. I fell. I scraped my palms, tore my pants, and kept running. I didn't stop until I saw a ranger truck on the road, parked by a fire access trail. I don't remember much after that. The ranger helped me, called the sheriff. I told them everything. They searched the area, found the clearing, the photos. They said the person who had been living there was gone, vanished, left no trace except for a fire pit and those pictures. My SUV was found intact, parked where I left it. The gas can was found hidden under a bush about 100 yards away. I never went back. I never even asked for my stuff. The sheriff said they'd never seen anything like it. No names, no prints, no records. Just someone living out there, watching. Maybe for years, maybe longer. They never found him. I moved after that. Got a new job, new apartment. I don't go camping anymore. I don't even walk in the woods. Sometimes I still think about that knock on the wall. The breathing, the pictures. That cabin felt like a place to rest, but it was a trap. A cage someone else had built, and I was just another visitor on his wall. The idea seemed simple enough. I wanted to get away from everything for a few days. No phone, no internet, no noise except what nature gave me. I found a small cabin for rent in a remote part of the forest, far from any town or neighbors. The pictures made it look cozy but isolated. The kind of place where you can only hear the wind through the trees and the soft crackle of a fire. The drive there was long and mostly empty. I followed narrow, winding roads that gradually got smaller and less cared for. At some point, the pavement ended, and the gravel road jounced the car harshly. Trees grew closer together on each side, their branches almost touching overhead. The sun was starting to set by the time I reached the cabin. It sat in a small clearing, the wood darkened by years of weather. It was simple, no electricity, no running water, just the basics. A well outside, a wood stove inside. I was alone, and that was exactly what I wanted. The first thing I did was unload my bags. I brought only what I needed: canned food, a few fresh vegetables, water, a lantern with batteries, some matches, a small first aid kit, and a knife. No distractions. I had thought about bringing a book, but I decided to see how long I could last without any outside noise. The cabin smelled of old wood and earth, a smell that seemed to settle deep inside my lungs. I unpacked slowly, putting food in the small wooden cupboard, laying out a blanket on the bed. The windows were thick glass panes set into the walls, and through them I could see the forest closing in. That first night, I made a fire in the stove and sat close, feeling the warmth in the cold air. Outside, the sounds of the forest grew louder after dark. The distant howl of a coyote, the snap of twigs, the rustling of leaves. I wasn't afraid. I had been camping before, and I knew the forest was alive with sound. I fell asleep eventually, the fire dying down to glowing embers. The next day, I woke early, the sun already bright through the window. I ate a simple breakfast and decided to explore the area a bit. I followed a faint trail into the woods, noting the old trees, the patches of moss on stones, the way the light shifted through the leaves. The air was cool and fresh, and I enjoyed the silence except for the occasional bird call. As I walked further, the trail grew less defined, the brush thicker. I saw animal tracks, deer, maybe, and smaller footprints I couldn't identify. After a while, I turned back, not wanting to get lost. Back at the cabin, I chopped some wood for the stove and prepared a light lunch. I was careful with my matches, knowing I only had a few left. In the afternoon, I decided to sit outside on the small porch, just watching the forest. A breeze moved through the trees, and the sun warmed my face. It felt peaceful, but there was something else, a quiet that seemed almost too deep. That night, the sounds were different. The coyote calls had stopped, replaced by quieter noises, like something moving just out of sight. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the forest settling in the dark. The third day was the worst. I woke to a strange noise outside, something scraping or dragging near the cabin. I lay still for a moment, listening. The sound stopped. When I looked out the window, nothing was there except the trees and shadows. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or something larger like a bear. I hadn't seen any signs of bears around, but I didn't want to take chances. I checked my knife and kept it close. The sun was lower when I went outside to gather more firewood. The forest felt different, heavier somehow, like it was watching me. The branches moved in the wind, casting long shadows on the ground. I found some dry sticks and logs a short distance from the cabin, careful to stay in the open. As I worked, I caught movement in the corner of my eye. Something was just beyond the trees, a shape that didn't quite belong. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there, just the forest. I kept my head down and finished collecting wood. When I got back inside, I locked the door, slid the bolt, and double-checked the windows. I felt uneasy but tried to push it away. That night, the noises returned. Scraping at the walls, tapping on the windows, a low thud at the door. I sat in the dark with the lantern on the table, every muscle tense. The sound stopped after a while, but I couldn't sleep. In the early hours, I thought I heard footsteps outside, crunching over the gravel path leading to the cabin. My heart pounded as I reached for the knife. The footsteps paused. Then, nothing. I stayed awake until dawn. The next morning, I found marks on the doorframe. Deep scratches, as if something sharp had tried to claw through the wood. I didn't want to believe someone was out there, but the evidence was clear. I thought about leaving, but the car was far away, and the road back was rough and long. I didn't want to risk driving at night on those gravel roads, so I stayed. The days after that grew worse. The noises increased. Scratches, thuds, even what sounded like breathing just outside the cabin. At times, I thought I saw eyes watching me from the trees, shining in the dark. I avoided going outside except to gather firewood during the daylight, always checking my surroundings. The loneliness was crushing, but the fear was worse. I was trapped in that small space with whatever was out there. One afternoon, I heard something I couldn't ignore. The sound of heavy footsteps crashing through the underbrush toward the cabin. I hid behind the stove, clutching my knife, trying to slow my breathing. The door shook violently. I heard something banging against it, then a loud crack as the wood splintered. I braced myself, ready to defend my life. Then silence. I stayed where I was, frozen for what felt like hours. Eventually, I forced myself to look. The door was damaged but still standing. Nothing else. I managed to get the door locked tighter with an old bolt I found in the cabin. That night, I packed my things. I couldn't stay. The forest wasn't just quiet anymore. It was dangerous. At first light, I carried my bags down the path, keeping my eyes on the trees. The drive back was tense. Every sound in the forest felt like a warning. When I finally reached the paved road, I exhaled for the first time in days. Back home, I told myself I had imagined things, but the scratches on the door told a different story. I never went back to that cabin. The peace I wanted turned into fear I won't forget. The forest wasn't just trees and animals. Something else was there, something real, and it didn't want me around. I have always liked the idea of getting away from the city and the noise. The feeling of being alone in the woods, surrounded by trees and the quiet, is something I found comforting. For a long time, I had been planning a solo trip to a small cabin I had rented in a remote forest area several hours from my home. I wasn't a big fan of camping or anything too rough. I just wanted a simple place to disconnect. No internet, no phone signal, just me and the woods. I thought it would be peaceful, maybe a little boring, but peaceful. The cabin itself was old but sturdy. It was built in the 1950s and had the basic things you would expect. A small kitchen, a wood stove, a table, a couple of beds, and a tiny bathroom with a shower that ran on a propane heater. The owner told me it was off-grid, so no electricity except what came from a few solar panels on the roof. I packed my gear carefully: food that wouldn't spoil, some books, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and plenty of warm clothes. I left my phone at home. No distractions. The drive to the cabin was long, winding through narrow roads with trees that seemed to lean in close. The sun was setting by the time I reached the dirt path that led to the cabin. The last mile was rough, and I had to slow down to keep from damaging the tires. When I finally saw the cabin through the thick woods, I felt a small thrill. The place looked exactly like the pictures. A wooden structure, weathered by time, sitting quietly beside a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. I parked the car near the cabin and took my bags inside. The air was cool and smelled like pine needles and damp earth. The floor creaked underfoot, and dust floated in the beams of my flashlight. I decided to get a fire going in the wood stove right away. The owner had left a stack of dry wood inside, so I found some kindling, stacked it, and struck a match. The fire caught quickly, and warmth started to fill the small room. I unpacked slowly, making sure everything was in its place. The first night was quiet, almost too quiet. No sounds from nearby roads, no dogs barking, no distant voices, just the occasional rustle of the wind through the trees. I sat by the fire reading a book and listening. The calm felt strange but not unpleasant. I fell asleep early, the fire dying down to glowing embers. I woke up several times that night. Every time I opened my eyes, it was dark, the shadows from the firelight dancing on the walls. The silence was thick, almost heavy. I told myself it was just the unfamiliar place making me nervous. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep. The next morning, the sun shone through the thin curtains, casting a golden light across the room. I brewed some coffee on the small camping stove and ate the canned beans I had brought. I decided to explore the area a little, so I packed a small backpack with water and a flashlight and walked out into the forest. The trees were tall and close together, their branches forming a thick canopy above. The ground was soft with pine needles, and the air smelled fresh and clean. As I walked, I noticed how little wildlife I saw. Usually, when I'm in the woods, there are birds singing or small animals rustling in the bushes. Here, the forest was oddly still. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. I thought maybe it was just early in the day and they were hiding. I walked for a few hours, staying close to the paths marked on the map I had brought. Eventually, I found a small stream trickling through the trees. The water was cold and clear, and I filled my water bottle. By afternoon, I returned to the cabin and prepared a simple dinner. I felt tired but calm. I started a fire again and sat near it, reading some more. But as the night grew darker, the quiet started to feel less peaceful. The forest outside the windows looked like a wall of blackness, and every little noise seemed louder than before. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing faint sounds outside, branches snapping, the crunch of footsteps on leaves. At first, I thought it was animals, but the sounds were too deliberate, too steady, like something walking back and forth. I got up and looked out the window, shining my flashlight into the trees. I saw nothing but shadows. I told myself to relax. It was probably just the wind or a deer. But the noises continued for a long time, stopping whenever I shone the light in that direction, then starting again once I turned away. I felt uneasy but didn't want to let fear ruin my trip. The next day was overcast, with a thick gray sky pressing down on the forest. I spent most of the day inside, reading and fixing the fire. The quiet was oppressive now. Even the usual forest smells seemed dulled. At one point, I went outside to gather firewood from the pile stacked near the cabin. As I worked, I thought I saw a figure moving between the trees far off in the distance, but when I looked again, it was gone. My heart started racing. I told myself it was a trick of the light or my imagination, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The forest felt watched, like I wasn't alone. That night, the noises outside got worse. I heard footsteps circling the cabin, slow and steady. The crunch of leaves, the scrape of something against bark. I wanted to believe it was a wild animal, but the way the sounds moved, sometimes stopping, sometimes shifting, felt too purposeful. I stayed inside, windows shut tight, sitting close to the fire with a heavy piece of wood in my hands. I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I found something strange. Near the edge of the clearing, where the cabin met the forest, I saw fresh footprints in the dirt. They were human, barefoot and small, maybe a woman or a teenager. I had no idea how they got there or why no one else was around. The prints led around the cabin and then disappeared into the woods. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I didn't tell anyone where I was staying, so there was no reason for someone to be there. I considered packing up and leaving right then, but something kept me rooted. Maybe it was stubbornness, or maybe I wanted to prove to myself that I wasn't scared. That day, I stayed alert. I kept the doors locked and the windows closed, and I made sure to keep the fire burning. The quiet was broken only by the occasional crack of the stove or the creak of the cabin settling. By the third night, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. The noises outside had grown louder and more frequent. I heard heavy breathing sometimes, close to the cabin. I kept the flashlight ready and stayed near the door. I was too afraid to sleep. Then, something happened that changed everything. Around midnight, I heard a loud bang against the side of the cabin. My heart jumped into my throat. It wasn't an animal. It was a deliberate hit, like someone trying to get my attention or break in. I grabbed the wood plank again and stood by the door, shining the flashlight out into the dark. I saw nothing at first, but then, just beyond the clearing, I caught a glimpse of movement. A figure, crouched low, watching me from the shadows. I couldn't see details, but the shape was human. I shouted, hoping to scare whoever it was away, but the figure didn't move. I slammed the door shut and locked it. I could hear the figure retreating slowly, footsteps crunching away through the leaves. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the fire, gripping the plank, eyes darting to every shadow outside. Morning couldn't come soon enough. When dawn broke, I stepped outside cautiously. The ground was disturbed near the spot where I had seen the figure. There were more footprints, this time larger, and some marks on the cabin siding where something had been scraped. I took pictures with my camera, planning to show them to the owner later. I called the local ranger station from a spot nearby where my phone got a weak signal. I told them about the trespasser and the noises. They said they would send someone to check on the area the next day. For the next 2 days, I stayed on high alert. I rarely left the cabin, always carrying the plank or my flashlight. The footprints around the cabin increased, and once I found a crudely made pile of broken branches and stones near the edge of the clearing. It looked like some kind of marker or sign. I couldn't sleep, and the constant fear was wearing me down. I stopped reading or doing anything that distracted me because I needed to stay aware. On the last night, the noises started again around 10 p.m. I heard whispering voices, though I couldn't make out words, just low, urgent murmurs. The footsteps returned, circling the cabin repeatedly. At one point, the flashlight's batteries died unexpectedly. I fumbled in the dark, panic rising in my chest. I switched to my phone's light, but the signal was too weak for more than a few minutes. I felt exposed and helpless. I decided then that I was done. First light, I would pack up and leave no matter what. The morning was cold and damp with a thick fog hanging low over the ground. I hurriedly packed my things, stacking firewood, making sure I left the cabin as I had found it. Just as I loaded my last bag into the car, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. It was the same shape I had seen before, human but motionless. The fog blurred the details, and I wasn't sure if it was watching me or just standing there. I locked the car doors quickly and started the engine. As I drove away, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, but the figure didn't move. I had always wanted to get away from the city for a while. The noise, the crowds, the never-ending rush. It was wearing me down. I work a regular job, nothing fancy, mostly office work with long hours sitting at a desk. The kind of job where days blur into each other and the weekends feel like a distant dream. So when I found the chance to take a few days off, I jumped on it. I wanted silence. I wanted peace. I wanted to be somewhere where the loudest noise was the wind through the trees. That's how I ended up booking a small cabin in the middle of nowhere. The place was off the grid. No internet, no cell service, just a tiny wooden cabin deep in the woods about 3 hours from the nearest town. The cabin was nothing fancy, just a single room with a bed, a small kitchen area, a wood stove, and a bathroom with a cold water tap. The kind of place where you expect to bring your own food, water, and everything you need. I packed a bag with the basics: some canned food, bottled water, a flashlight with extra batteries, a first aid kit, some warm clothes, and a few books. I figured I'd spend my time reading, walking around the forest, maybe writing a little. I didn't expect much else. Just a few days to myself. The drive out was quiet and uneventful. The roads got narrower as I got closer to the cabin, turning into gravel and dirt paths that twisted through thick forest. The trees grew taller and denser, and the air smelled fresh, like pine and earth. I felt lighter just breathing it in. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked just like in the pictures: small, weathered wood with a little porch and a rusty old chimney. I parked my car near the cabin and took my bags inside. The place smelled like wood smoke and old pine, but it was clean and tidy. I opened the windows to let fresh air in, put some wood in the stove, and lit a small fire to warm the place up. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows through the trees, and I thought this was going to be exactly what I needed. That first night was quiet except for the sounds of the forest, birds settling down, the occasional rustle of leaves, the far-off call of an owl. I went to bed early, feeling peaceful. I was tired from the drive and the week at work, and I fell asleep quickly. The next morning, I woke up early to the sound of birdsong and the cool morning air coming through the window. I made some coffee on the small stove and ate a simple breakfast while watching the trees sway gently outside. I decided to explore the area, so I packed a small backpack with water, a map, a compass, and my flashlight. I didn't expect to be gone long, just a walk through the woods. The forest was beautiful. Tall trees, ferns, moss covering the ground like a soft carpet. The sunlight filtered through the leaves in golden beams, and the air was cool and fresh. I followed a small trail that ran near the cabin, keeping my eyes open for any signs of wildlife. I saw squirrels darting through the branches, birds flitting from tree to tree, and even a deer drinking from a small stream. The trail twisted and turned, and I lost track of time as I walked deeper into the woods. I felt completely alone but not lonely. There was something comforting about being surrounded by nature, away from the noise and stress of everyday life. As the day went on, I noticed the sun starting to lower. I decided it was time to head back. I turned around and tried to retrace my steps, but the forest seemed different now. Shadows were longer, the light dimmer. The trees looked denser, the trail less clear. I realized I had wandered farther than I thought, and my sense of direction wasn't as sharp as I'd believed. I stopped to look at the map and compass, trying to figure out which way to go. The compass needle pointed north, but the map wasn't very detailed. I figured the cabin was roughly west of my position. I picked a direction and started walking. First, it seemed fine. The trees rustled gently, and the air was cool and fresh. But then I noticed something strange. There were no birds, no animals, no insects making noise. It was suddenly too quiet, like the forest was holding its breath. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling and kept walking. The ground was uneven, covered with roots and rocks, and the underbrush was thicker here. The trees were tall and close together, blocking out most of the remaining light. I pulled out my flashlight and turned it on, sweeping the beam across the forest floor. As I walked, I kept thinking I heard something just out of sight. A twig snapping, a soft rustle in the bushes. But every time I looked, there was nothing there. Just trees, shadows, and the dark shapes of rocks. I slowed down, trying to be quiet and steady. My heart was beating faster, but I told myself it was just nerves. I had spent time hiking before and got lost in the woods a few times. It was never a big deal. Just keep calm and keep moving. After what felt like an hour but was probably less, I realized the trail had disappeared completely. There was no path here anymore, just forest all around. I was in a small clearing with tall grass and a few dead trees. The sky was almost dark now, a deep blue with the last light fading. I sat down on a fallen log to catch my breath and think. I was lost. I didn't know which way to go to get back to the cabin. I pulled out my phone to check for signal, but as expected, there was none. No bars, no connection. I thought about waiting until morning, but that meant spending the night out here in the forest alone, with no shelter and no supplies. The thought made my skin crawl. I wasn't ready for that. I tried to get up and keep moving, but the ground was uneven, and my legs felt shaky. I decided to use the flashlight again and look for anything familiar, a rock formation, a tree with a mark, anything to guide me. As I shone the light around, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Not far from the clearing, near the edge of the trees, I saw footprints. Human footprints. They looked fresh, pressed deep into the soft earth. The toes pointed away from me, as if someone had walked away recently. I wasn't sure what to think. Why would there be footprints here? This part of the forest was supposed to be empty, no other cabins, no trails, no people for miles. I felt a wave of fear, a tight knot in my stomach. I debated whether to follow the footprints or stay put. Part of me wanted to follow them, hoping they led back to a road or someone who could help. But another part of me wanted to stay where I was and wait for daylight. I decided to follow the footprints. I told myself I wasn't crazy. Someone had been here. Maybe a hunter, a hiker, or a ranger. Maybe they could help me find my way back. I stood up and started walking carefully toward the footprints, keeping my flashlight beam steady. The forest seemed darker and quieter than before. My footsteps felt loud and clumsy on the dry leaves. The footprints led through thick bushes and under low branches. I had to push my way through thorns and vines, scratching my arms and face. I was tired, but I kept going. After about 10 minutes, the footprints stopped at the base of a small hill. There was no sign of anyone else, just the footprints ending in the dirt. I looked around, feeling more alone than ever. I called out softly, hoping for a reply, but all I heard was silence. Then, from the darkness behind me, I heard a noise, a soft crunch of leaves, like someone walking slowly and carefully. My heart jumped into my throat. I spun around with my flashlight, but I couldn't see anything. The beam caught a few trees, some bushes, but no movement. The noise stopped. I waited, holding my breath, trying to listen. After a moment, I heard it again, this time closer, slow, deliberate steps. I started to back away, my hands shaking. I didn't know who or what was out there, but I didn't want to find out. I turned and ran downhill, pushing through the bushes and branches as fast as I could. The forest seemed to close in around me. I stumbled several times, my flashlight flickering. I tripped on a root and fell hard, scraping my palms and knees. I wanted to scream but swallowed the sound. Finally, I saw a faint light in the distance. It was coming from the cabin. Relief washed over me like a wave. I ran toward the light, ignoring the pain in my legs and the scratches on my arms. I burst onto the porch and slammed the door behind me, locking it quickly. I leaned against the door, breathing hard, my heart pounding. I looked out the window, but the forest was dark and empty. No sign of footsteps, no shadows moving. I sat down on the floor, exhausted and shaken. The fire in the stove was almost out, but I managed to light it again. The warmth felt good, like a shield against the cold and the dark outside. That night, I stayed awake, listening to every sound. I checked all the locks and covered the windows with blankets. I kept my flashlight and a heavy stick close at hand. I didn't sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined footsteps outside, watching, waiting. But the night passed without anything else happening. The next morning, I packed my things quickly. I wasn't staying another night. I wanted to leave the forest and get back to safety. I walked to the car carefully, keeping my eyes open. I had never really been the type of person who liked being around too many people. Cities drained me. Phones ringing, messages popping up, cars honking, neighbors arguing. Everything about it made me want to crawl out of my skin. After my second panic attack in less than a month, I realized something had to change. I didn't want to talk to a therapist or tell my family anything. I didn't even want to explain things to my boss. I just said I needed a break, and I left. I found a listing for a remote cabin deep in the Appalachian Mountains. A private rental with no cell service, no internet, no close neighbors. The photos showed a small A-frame cabin tucked into a dense patch of forest, surrounded by nothing but trees and a narrow gravel road. It was exactly what I needed. I packed enough food for 2 weeks, brought a solar-powered generator, some basic tools, and a notebook. No laptop, no tablet, no distractions. Just me, some canned goods, a couple of paperback books, and total quiet. The drive out took most of the day. By the time I turned onto the final stretch of gravel road, the sun was starting to go down. My car jolted over the rough path, and I had to slow to a crawl just to avoid cracking my undercarriage. There were no street lights, no signs, just the crunch of my tires and the slow, looming wall of darkening trees on both sides. Eventually, I saw the cabin. It was a little smaller than I expected. The wood siding was weathered, maybe more than it had looked in the photos, and the porch sagged just a bit in the middle. But it looked solid. There was a small outhouse off to the side, about 20 feet into the woods. No other buildings around, just thick forest in every direction. I parked off to the side and unloaded my gear. There was a padlock on the front door. The owner had given me the combination. It opened with a satisfying click. The inside was simple. A single room with a cot, a small table, a wood-burning stove, and shelves stocked with firewood and basic tools. A small trapdoor led down into a stone-lined root cellar. There was no running water, but the owner had told me about a spring down the hill, maybe 200 yards into the woods. I found a couple of plastic jugs on a hook outside. I set up my cot, lit a lantern, and ate a cold can of soup. The quiet was thick, but it felt right. For the first time in months, my head didn't feel like it was full of pressure. That first night, I slept like a rock. The days started to settle into a rhythm. I'd wake up around sunrise, stretch, eat something simple, and take a walk. Sometimes I'd head down to the spring and refill my water jugs. Other times I'd just walk the gravel road, listening to the birds and watching for animal tracks. The weather was mild. No heavy rain, no storms, just cool mornings and warm afternoons. I spent my time reading, writing in my notebook, or chopping some wood. I tried to be mindful, just focused on each thing I did. No rush, no noise. The stillness became something I looked forward to. I felt like I was finally giving my brain a rest. But sometime around the 5th day, I started noticing something weird. It was subtle at first, barely enough to even mention. On my morning walk, I found a small pile of rocks stacked neatly on a tree stump, not just randomly scattered, but deliberately arranged. 6 flat stones, stacked largest to smallest, balanced perfectly. I stood and stared at it for a long time. Then I brushed it off as some old hiker marker or maybe something a kid left behind. The next day, I saw another one. This time, it was directly in the center of the trail that led down to the spring. Same kind of rocks, same number, same arrangement. That time, I knocked it over with my foot. I didn't want to think about it too hard. Maybe some wildlife had knocked a pile over, and I just stumbled onto it again. Still, I started to feel that creeping awareness, that sharp edge of being watched. That sense that the trees weren't just trees anymore, like something was sitting just out of sight. I kept walking, trying to act normal. That night, I locked the door. By day 7, I was jumpy. Not panicked, just uneasy. Like the calm of the place had turned a little bit too quiet. I stopped walking so far from the cabin. I kept the fire going longer. I checked the padlock on the door twice before I went to sleep. But I didn't see anything. No people. No vehicles. Nothing. On the 8th morning, I noticed footprints in the dirt behind the outhouse. They weren't mine. I hadn't been back there in 2 days. I was sure of that. These prints were fresh, barefoot, wide-set toes, deep heel marks like whoever it was had walked through slowly, dragging the outside edge of each foot. They circled the outhouse, passed behind the cabin, and disappeared into the trees. I stood there a long time, just staring. Something changed in my chest. Not panic exactly, more like dread. That low, heavy feeling that settles behind your ribs and makes everything seem off. I walked the entire perimeter of the cabin. I looked for signs of anything missing or broken. Nothing. Everything was still locked up. But I couldn't stop thinking about those prints. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up in the chair near the window, holding the hatchet I'd been using to chop kindling. I kept the lantern off. I just sat there, listening. Every creak, every gust of wind felt like something moving outside. At around 3 in the morning, I heard something. A slow, steady crunch of dry leaves. Then another, and another. It stopped just beyond the tree line. I held my breath for what felt like 10 straight minutes. I didn't move. I didn't blink. My hands were sweating around the handle of the hatchet. But nothing came closer. Eventually, the sounds stopped. Or maybe I just stopped hearing them. I sat there until the sun came up, then opened the door slowly. Nothing. But off to the side of the cabin, near the edge of the trees, I saw something hanging from a branch. It was a dead rabbit, cleaned, skinned, tied at the legs, and dangling by a piece of rope. Not like an animal kill, not torn up, not dropped by a hawk. This had been prepared, like a warning, like someone had placed it there to be found. I didn't take it down. I backed up, shut the door, and put the padlock back on. I didn't leave that day. I kept the curtains closed. I only opened the trapdoor to get a few more cans of food from the cellar. I barely even breathed loud. The rabbit stayed hanging out there. I could see it through the gap in the curtain. Around mid-afternoon, I heard the sound of something hitting the roof. A light thump, then another, like small stones being dropped. I didn't go outside. I didn't want to see. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I found another set of prints. These were closer, right up to the porch, right in front of the door, then off to the side behind the cabin. I checked the roof and found 2 small stones sitting near the peak. There were no new rock piles, no rabbit, just footprints and silence. I knew then I had to leave. I packed everything I could carry into my bag, including my food and tools. I left some of the heavier stuff behind. I had to hike about 3 miles back up the gravel road to get to where I'd left my car. That whole walk, I felt like something was just behind me, just out of sight. When I got to the car, everything looked the same, but there were more footprints around it, circling, like someone had walked around it a dozen times. The driver's door was unlocked. I hadn't left it that way. I got in and turned the key. The engine cranked once, then again, then nothing. Battery was dead. I cursed out loud for the first time in days. My hands were shaking. I popped the hood, checked everything I could think of, but I'm no mechanic. It just wouldn't turn over, and I wasn't about to sit there all day waiting. So I locked the car, took my pack, and started walking down the mountain. I walked for hours. No cell signal, no people, just forest. Eventually, I found a junction with another gravel road and followed that. Late in the afternoon, I came across a cabin. Not a rental like mine, but a beat-up hunting shack. No truck out front, no smoke from the chimney, but the door was open. I didn't want to go inside, but I needed shelter, and my legs were giving out. I pushed the door open slowly and stepped inside. It looked abandoned, dust everywhere, empty beer cans, a table with dried leaves scattered across it. But then I noticed something. The same kind of rock stack on the table. 6 stones, flat, balanced, just sitting there in the middle. I backed out and kept walking. It took another 2 days before I found a ranger station. I was dirty, tired, barely able to explain what had happened. I didn't mention everything. Not the rabbit, not the stones, not the feeling I'd been followed the whole time. I just said I'd been stranded, that my car had died and I'd gotten lost. They gave me food, a blanket, and called a tow truck. When we went back to the cabin, everything was gone. The rock piles, the footprints, the rabbit. My car started on the first try. I haven't gone back to the woods since. I don't know why I thought it would be a good idea to spend a week alone in a cabin in the woods. I wasn't someone who usually sought out solitude, and I wasn't an outdoors person either. But after months of feeling stuck in my job and life, I wanted something different, something to clear my head and maybe shake the feeling of being trapped. I had saved up for a few months and found a small cabin to rent, tucked away in a remote forested area a few hours from my city. The photos made it look peaceful, almost cozy, and the owner said it was very private, with no neighbors for miles. The week started off well enough. I drove the winding, narrow road surrounded by thick trees, the sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting shadows on the pavement. The air felt fresher as I got closer. I passed a few signs warning about wildlife and no cell service ahead. I felt a small thrill. Maybe this was exactly what I needed. The cabin itself was older but well kept. Weathered wood, a stone chimney, a small porch with a couple of chairs, and a dirt driveway surrounded by pine trees. Inside, there was a small kitchen with a propane stove, a wood stove in the corner, a table, and a bed in the back room. It had no internet, no TV, and only a few books. No phone signal like I expected. I told myself this was good. No distractions. Just me and the forest. The first couple of days I spent hiking trails nearby, reading, cooking simple meals, and trying to relax. I wasn't used to the quiet, though. The silence was almost loud. No cars, no voices, just birds and the wind. At night, the sounds of the forest came alive. The rustling of leaves, snapping of twigs, distant calls of animals. I'd lie in bed with the windows cracked open, feeling like I was part of something much bigger. But on the third night, things started to change. I noticed little things that felt off, but I tried to brush them aside. First, I thought maybe it was my imagination, or just the unfamiliar surroundings messing with me. I was getting ready for bed when I noticed that the kitchen window curtain was slightly pulled aside. I was sure I had closed it tight earlier. I hadn't seen anything or heard anything, but the feeling was unsettling. I closed the curtain firmly and locked the door again, double-checking the windows. Then I went to bed. At first, I lay awake listening to the forest sounds. Then, I heard a noise from outside the cabin, a low, soft tapping on the wooden porch, like something lightly knocking on the wood, almost rhythmic. It didn't sound like an animal. I stared into the dark, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from. After a few minutes, the noise stopped. I convinced myself it was probably a branch tapping the porch in the wind. The next morning, I found fresh footprints in the dirt driveway just beyond the edge of the trees. They looked human, maybe someone wearing hiking boots. I hadn't seen any cars or people drive down the road in days. There was no explanation for the footprints. They stopped about 50 feet from the cabin, as if whoever it was had walked close enough to see it but didn't come closer. I felt uneasy but told myself it might have been another hiker passing nearby. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I started to pay more attention to my surroundings. The forest was dense and easy to get lost in. I noticed that the area around the cabin was unusually clear. The trees were thick, but right near the cabin, the ground was almost bare dirt with only a few low bushes. The cabin was hidden well, but not impossible to spot. That day, I went for a longer hike on a marked trail. I told myself it was safe and I wanted to see more of the woods. I took my backpack, a map, my phone, even though I had no signal, and a small pocket knife I kept for emergencies. While hiking, I heard some sounds that didn't make sense. Branches snapping, rustling, like something moving quickly just out of sight. Twice I caught a glimpse of something dark moving between the trees, but when I looked directly, it vanished. I felt a rising sense of being watched. I tried to calm myself down, blaming nerves. Later, I noticed my water bottle was missing from the backpack. I was sure I had packed it. I checked the trail around me carefully but didn't see it anywhere. I figured maybe I dropped it without noticing. When I returned to the cabin late that afternoon, I found the porch door slightly open. I was sure I had locked it before I left. My heart started pounding. I pushed the door fully open and stepped inside, looking around. Nothing was out of place except the door. No signs of forced entry or damage. I locked the door again and shoved a chair under the handle, just in case. I tried not to panic, but my mind was racing. That night, the tapping noise returned, louder this time. It wasn't random or the wind. It was deliberate, slow knocks on the wooden porch floorboards. I stayed in bed frozen, listening. Then I heard a faint scraping sound, like something being dragged across the wood. I didn't sleep much that night. The cabin felt smaller, less safe. The following morning, I checked outside. The footprints were back, but this time they circled the cabin, always stopping just out of reach, never coming closer. They were larger than mine, and the tread pattern was unfamiliar to me. I started locking every window and door multiple times and kept the knife close by. The feeling of being watched didn't leave. At times, I thought I caught movement just beyond the tree line. I tried to convince myself to leave, but I had driven so far, and I wanted to push through this fear. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe some hunter or camper was nearby and curious. The place was remote, after all. By the 5th day, the tension had built up so much that I barely ate or slept. The forest no longer felt peaceful. At night, I heard footsteps outside that weren't like deer or raccoons. Heavier, slower, purposeful. Sometimes, I would hear whispering carried faintly on the wind, but I was alone. The logical part of my brain said it was the wind playing tricks, but the unease deep inside told me otherwise. One afternoon, I went out to collect firewood. I walked to the nearest dead trees and started chopping branches. Suddenly, I heard a sharp crack behind me and froze. I turned slowly and saw a figure standing just at the edge of the trees, maybe 40 feet away. The figure was wearing dark clothes, blending with the shadows. There was no face visible, just a silhouette. I stopped breathing and held the axe tight. The figure didn't move. After what felt like a long minute, it disappeared deeper into the forest. I didn't chase it. I walked back to the cabin as fast as I dared without running. That night, I decided I wouldn't stay another night. The feeling of being hunted was overwhelming. I packed most of my things quietly and prepared to leave early the next morning. I slept fitfully, waking several times at strange noises. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling close to the windows, the tapping again on the porch. I lay in bed clutching my knife, ready for anything. Before dawn, I heard something heavy banging on the cabin door. I froze, heart hammering. The banging stopped suddenly. I waited, then carefully looked out the window. Nothing. No footprints, no sign of anyone nearby. Just the empty, dark forest. I slipped out the back door quietly, careful not to make noise. I ran to my car as fast as I could, never looking back. On the drive out, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following. The road was empty. When I reached the main highway and cell service returned, I called the owner and told him what happened. He sounded surprised and said no one else had reported anything like that. He offered a refund, which I accepted. Back in my city apartment, I locked every door and window. I told myself I was safe now. I researched the area online and found some warnings about a group of people known for strange behavior and hunting trespassers in the forest, but no concrete information. The experience left me shaken but also changed me. I realized how vulnerable I was when isolated. I understood that nature, as beautiful as it is, can also hide danger, not from ghosts or monsters, but from real people who can be unpredictable and threatening. I never went back to that cabin or any remote place alone. I now appreciate the safety and noise of the city more than ever. I'm careful about where I go, who might be nearby, and I always tell someone my plans. The woods taught me a lesson about trust, caution, and respecting the unknown boundaries of others. That week alone in the cabin was the scariest time of my life, but it wasn't because of anything supernatural. It was because I realized that real fear comes from being alone, vulnerable, and watched by someone who might mean harm. And that, for me, is the true horror. I spent a long time planning the trip to the cabin. It wasn't some luxury getaway or a weekend of hiking trails. It was a quiet place, isolated deep in the woods, somewhere I could be alone with my thoughts. I wanted to disconnect from the city's noise, from work stress, from people. The cabin had no internet, no phone signal, and only a small wood stove for heat. It was perfect for what I wanted. The cabin was about a 4-hour drive from the city. I packed carefully, making sure I had enough food, water, and firewood. I had my flashlight, a first aid kit, a pocket knife, and a map I printed out. The last thing I wanted was to get lost or stuck somewhere. I left the city early in the morning, the sun barely up, and the roads mostly empty. As I drove further away, the scenery changed. Tall pine trees lined the road, and small farms or houses became fewer. The air grew cooler, fresher. The sky was clear, and the sun started to warm the earth. The road got narrower and rougher, gravel instead of pavement, winding through hills and forests. I kept driving, excited and nervous. When I finally turned onto the small dirt road leading to the cabin, the forest seemed thicker. The trees were tall and close, their branches forming a canopy overhead. The road was bumpy, and I had to slow down to avoid rocks and potholes. After about 10 minutes, I saw the cabin. It was simple, made of weathered wood with a small porch and a chimney. No lights, no cars, just the quiet of the woods. I parked my car next to the cabin and stepped out. The air smelled like pine and earth. Birds chirped somewhere in the distance. I took a deep breath and grabbed my bags. The cabin door was unlocked, just as the owner said in the email. Inside, it was small but cozy. There was a wooden table, a couple of chairs, a small kitchen area with a sink and stove, and a bed in the corner. A wood stove stood against one wall, cold and empty. No electricity, no running water, just what you'd expect in a remote cabin. I started by unpacking, putting food into the small cooler and setting up my sleeping area. Then I gathered some wood from the stack outside. The owner had left plenty, dry and ready for burning. I made a fire in the stove, feeling the warmth slowly fill the room. The sun was already setting outside, and the forest was turning dark. I sat near the fire, listening to the sounds outside, the wind through the trees, the distant calls of birds settling for the night, and the occasional crackle of twigs. The isolation felt good at first, peaceful. I was glad to be away from everything. But as the night went on, the quiet started to feel heavy. I realized how completely alone I was. The kind of alone where the only sounds are natural, and there's no way to call for help if something goes wrong. I checked my phone, no signal as expected. I reminded myself it was just the woods. Nothing scary here. Still, the shadows seemed to move differently in the firelight. Outside the window, the trees looked like giant shapes, twisting in the wind. I kept telling myself to relax, that it was normal to feel uneasy in a place like this. I tried to read a book by the fire, but my mind kept wandering. I heard a sudden noise outside, like something scraping against the cabin wall. I froze, heart pounding. Maybe it was an animal, a raccoon or a deer. I stood up slowly and peered out the window, but the darkness was thick. I couldn't see anything clearly. I decided to ignore it and went outside to check the perimeter. The moon was bright, lighting the forest enough to see the trees and the ground. I walked carefully around the cabin, listening for any sounds. I found nothing unusual, just broken branches and fallen leaves. I chalked up the noise to a branch rubbing in the wind or some small animal. I returned inside and locked the door, feeling a bit safer. I made a cup of coffee, sitting back by the fire, trying to settle my nerves. The wind had picked up, and I could hear it howling through the trees. The cabin creaked and groaned, noises I had never paid attention to in the city. As I was about to turn in for the night, I heard a loud bang against the cabin door. My heart jumped. I rushed over and looked through the small window next to the door. Nothing. No one was there. The woods were still, the trees swaying gently in the wind. I stayed up for a while longer, eyes fixed on the door. The banging noise didn't come again, but every now and then I heard faint sounds. Footsteps crunching on the gravel outside, or a branch snapping nearby. I told myself it was just the forest, but the feeling of being watched settled in. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I lay down on the bed. The cabin was cold, and the fire had died out. I wrapped myself in the blanket and closed my eyes, listening to the wind. But sleep didn't come easy. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move closer. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again, this time much closer. It sounded like someone was walking slowly around the cabin. I held my breath, trying to tell if it was a person or an animal. The footsteps circled the cabin twice before stopping at the door. I could hear soft scratching, like someone trying to open it. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and shone it through the window. Nothing. The beam landed on empty ground. I looked harder but saw no sign of anyone or anything. Then I heard a low growl, not from an animal I recognized. It was deep and threatening, like a wild dog or a coyote. The growl faded into the woods, but I stayed alert. My mind raced through what I should do. I had no phone signal. I was alone. I couldn't drive back in the dark on these roads. The only thing I had was the knife in my pocket. The next hours were the longest of my life. I stayed awake, checking every noise, listening for footsteps or growls. I kept the fire going as best I could, though the wood was damp from the night air. The wind pushed harder, rattling the windows and shaking the cabin. The forest outside was alive with sounds. Animals moving, leaves rustling, branches cracking. At dawn, the noises finally died down. The wind calmed, and the forest seemed to breathe out a quiet sigh. I was exhausted but relieved. I got dressed and went outside to inspect the cabin. The door was scratched and dented in several places. The lock looked like it had been tampered with, but it held. Around the cabin, I found footprints in the mud. They were large, uneven, and wild, probably a pack of coyotes or dogs. I saw broken branches and trampled grass, signs of animals moving close to the cabin during the night. I felt a mix of fear and relief. I had survived the night, but I knew the forest was not as safe as I hoped. Still, I decided to stay another day. I didn't want to drive the rough road back in the dark. The second day was uneventful but tense. I kept the fire going, stayed inside most of the time, and made sure to secure the doors and windows. I built a small perimeter of rocks and sticks around the cabin, hoping it might deter animals. I prepared food carefully and stayed alert. That night was quieter. I didn't hear footsteps or growls, only the wind and the usual forest sounds. I finally managed to get some sleep, though I woke often, listening for any sign of danger. In the morning, I packed up, ready to leave. I cleaned the cabin as best I could, leaving it in good condition. I locked the door, took one last look at the quiet woods, and drove away slowly. On the drive back, I kept thinking about the night. It wasn't ghosts or monsters that scared me. It was real danger, the wildness of nature, the unpredictability of animals, the loneliness. I learned to respect that quiet power, to understand that being alone in the woods means being part of something much bigger and wilder than yourself. The trip was scary, yes, but it taught me a lot. About fear, about respect for nature, and about my own limits. I don't regret going, but I also know I won't take the wilderness lightly again. The cabin was a simple place, but it showed me how fragile safety can be when you're truly alone. I rented the cabin because I needed peace and quiet. My job in the city had become too much. I work in a field where I have to do deep focus writing, and everything around me, the noise, the emails, the traffic, the neighbors, made it impossible to concentrate. I was behind on a deadline, months behind, and the only way to get anything done was to get away. So I found a small cabin out in northern Michigan, deep in the woods near Lake Ottertail. It had no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no TV, no neighbors, and just enough electricity to run a laptop and fridge. The place was old and simple. Just 4 rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, a bedroom, and a small open space with a desk and a window looking out at the trees. When I first arrived, I felt a strange calm. It was quiet, really quiet. I hadn't heard quiet like that in years. No cars, no planes overhead, no people. Just wind and birds and maybe the faint rustle of squirrels or something moving through the leaves. I unpacked, set my laptop on the desk by the window, and took a walk around the place. There was no path, just a narrow dirt driveway that led back to the main road maybe a mile away, and even that wasn't paved. The nearest town was almost a 40-minute drive. The first few days were uneventful. I woke up early, made simple breakfasts, sat at the desk and worked all day, and then made dinner. I would step outside in the evenings, just stand on the porch and listen to the stillness. I felt productive, probably more than I'd been in years. The only unusual thing I noticed at first was a locked door in the hallway. It wasn't the bathroom, and it didn't seem like it led to a closet. It had a padlock on it, bolted into the wood like someone didn't want anyone going in there. It was an old door too, the kind with chipping paint and a warped frame. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was just storage for the owners. By the end of the first week, though, I started noticing small things that didn't make sense. It began with the desk drawer. I had placed a few pens in it, a notebook, and some printed pages I wanted to refer to. One morning, I opened the drawer and found the pens arranged in a neat line, tip to end. I hadn't done that. I always tossed them in. The notebook was closed when I had left it open the night before, with my last notes on a page. I thought maybe I had closed it myself without remembering. It happens. I brushed it off and moved on. Then there were the footsteps. Late one night, around 2 or 3 a.m., I was lying in bed trying to sleep when I heard something outside. Not just an animal. These were slow, heavy steps, like someone walking through the dry leaves. They came from the woods, moved around the cabin, and stopped by the window in the main room. I lay there frozen. I wanted to believe it was a deer or some large animal, but animals don't walk like that. They don't stop outside a window and stand still for 5 minutes. The next morning, I checked the dirt outside that window. There were prints. Not clear shoe prints, but the leaves had been flattened in the shape of feet. Human feet. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a gun, just a small kitchen knife. I kept telling myself it could have been nothing. Maybe just a trick of the wind or an animal I wasn't familiar with. But that day, I started locking the door from the inside, even though there was no one around for miles. A few nights later, I woke up to something worse. I had fallen asleep at the desk, my head down on my arms, and when I opened my eyes, I saw that the front door was slightly open. I knew I had locked it. I had triple-checked it, like always. I stared at the gap and listened. Nothing. Just that heavy silence again. I walked over, heart pounding, and pushed it shut. There was no wind that night, and the door wasn't the kind that swung open on its own. You had to turn the knob hard and pull. The next day, I searched the cabin for any signs someone had been inside. I checked drawers, cupboards, closets. Everything looked normal. Then I went to the locked door in the hallway again. I stood in front of it and just stared. I don't know why I hadn't paid more attention to it earlier. The padlock was old, rusty, but solid. I pulled on it a little, but it didn't move. There was no way to know what was on the other side. I considered breaking it, but I didn't have the tools for that. That night, I moved the small dresser in the bedroom in front of the door, just to make myself feel better. It didn't help. Around 1 a.m., I woke up to the sound of floorboards creaking. It wasn't from my room. It was coming from the hallway. I sat up in bed, not moving, not breathing. The sound was slow and steady, like someone walking barefoot across the wooden floor. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours. The steps stopped right at the other side of the bedroom door. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. To first light, I opened the door. Nothing was there. The hallway looked just like before, but something was wrong. The dresser I had pushed in front of the locked door was no longer flush against it. It had been moved slightly, only a few inches, but enough to know someone or something had come through the hallway and touched it. I couldn't concentrate on work anymore. My hands were shaking most of the day. I walked the whole property, searched the woods for signs of people, anything. I thought maybe someone was squatting nearby, living in the forest, coming in when I was asleep. That seemed more believable than anything else. But there was no one. No tents, no shelters, no trails. Just trees. I set up a trap. I know it sounds stupid, but I had to try something. I balanced an empty glass on the top edge of the front door, right where it would fall and shatter if the door opened. That night, I placed the chair against the doorknob too, just for peace of mind. I didn't sleep. I stayed in bed, fully dressed, staring at the door. Around 3:30 a.m., I heard the sound, the faintest click of the doorknob turning. Then nothing. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. Eventually, the glass fell and shattered. Loud, fast, like it had been pushed, not just tipped. I jumped out of bed, grabbed the knife from under my pillow, and turned on every light in the cabin. I searched every room, every closet. No one. The door was wide open, but the forest was empty. I couldn't see anything out there, just black between the trees. I didn't sleep that night either. That morning, I packed everything. I had enough. I didn't care about my deadline or the money I paid to rent the place. I was going home. I loaded the car, Went back inside one last time to grab my laptop and saw something that froze me in place. The locked door in the hallway was open. The padlock was lying on the floor, broken, snapped clean in two. I didn't hear it break. I didn't touch it. I didn't even try to open it. The door was slightly ajar. I couldn't see inside, it was too dark. I stood there for several minutes before I walked toward it. Inside was a narrow staircase leading down. I should have left. I should have walked away, but I didn't. I turned on my phone flashlight and stepped into the room. The stairs creaked with each step. The air was colder down there, damp, like the place hadn't been opened in years. At the bottom, there was a small dirt basement. No windows, just wooden beams, a concrete slab, and an old mattress on the ground. There were ropes on the floor, chains too, and bones. I'm not making that up. Real bones. Small ones, like from a deer or maybe something worse. Some of them were wrapped in old clothing. I couldn't stay anymore. I sprinted up the stairs and out the front door. Drove off without looking back. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. I didn't even tell the owner what I found. I didn't want to have anything to do with it. That was 3 months ago. Since then, I've tried to get my life back to normal. I live in the city again. I don't go out into the woods. I don't stay in cabins. I never finished the project. The strange part is, sometimes I wake up at night and hear something in the hallway of my apartment. Just a creak of the floor, nothing more. But I still check the door. Every single night. I don't know who was out there with me in that cabin. But I know I wasn't alone. And whatever was behind that locked door, it had been used before. I remember the day I first found the cabin like it was yesterday, though it was nearly 2 years ago now. It was one of those days where the air felt heavy, the kind of stillness that presses against your skin and makes the hairs on your arms stand up. The sky was gray, with thick clouds that seemed like they could burst open at any moment. I was driving down a long, winding road deep in the woods of northern Pennsylvania. My goal was simple: get away from everything for a while. No phone calls, no emails, no people asking for favors or telling me what to do. Just me and the forest. I was desperate for some quiet time, and the cabin I rented promised exactly that. The cabin itself was small and old. It sat on the edge of a creek that ran cold and clear through the forest. The owner had described it as rustic but comfortable. No electricity, no internet, no phone service, just pure nature and solitude. The idea sounded perfect to me. When I arrived, the sun was just about to disappear behind the trees, and the shadows were already stretching long across the ground. The porch was covered in rough wooden planks, worn smooth by years of rain and footsteps. The smell of damp wood and pine filled the air. Inside, the cabin was simple. A single room with a wood stove, a small kitchen area with a sink and a rusty old fridge, and a narrow bed in the corner covered with a patchwork quilt. There was a stack of firewood by the door and a bucket for water. I dropped my bag and looked around. It felt cozy, but I could tell it hadn't been used much lately. Dust lay thick on the windowsills, and the floorboards creaked under my feet. I started a fire in the stove, watching the flames catch and grow. Outside, the creek gurgled softly, and the wind whispered through the trees. I felt a flicker of relief. Finally, I was alone. The first night was uneventful. I ate canned beans and crackers, then lay on the bed, listening to the woods. The sounds were strange and unfamiliar. The snap of twigs, the rustle of leaves, distant bird calls I didn't recognize. I kept telling myself it was just nature, nothing to be afraid of. Still, my skin prickled with unease. The next day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I walked along the creek, stepping carefully over slippery stones and moss-covered logs. The forest was dense, with tall pines and oaks blocking most of the sky. Every now and then, a shaft of sunlight broke through the canopy, lighting up patches of ferns and wildflowers. The air smelled fresh and earthy. As I walked, I noticed something odd. There were signs that someone else had been here recently. A makeshift fire pit near the water, some footprints in the mud, and scraps of torn fabric caught on branches. I felt a flicker of worry but pushed it aside. People lived in the woods all the time, maybe a hunter or another camper. That afternoon, I went back to the cabin and spent hours chopping wood for the stove and filling the water bucket from the creek. The physical work was tiring but satisfying. When night fell again, I made sure the fire was burning strong before settling in. It was the third night that things began to feel wrong. I woke suddenly around midnight, my heart pounding. Outside, the wind had picked up and was shaking the cabin like it was a fragile toy. The creek was louder now, rushing with a strange urgency. I felt cold, even though the stove was still warm. Then I heard it, a faint sound coming from the woods. First, I thought it was just the wind, but then I realized it was something else. A slow, deliberate crunching, like footsteps on dry leaves. Not one or two steps, but many. Slow, heavy, and steady. I stayed perfectly still, straining my ears. The sound seemed to circle the cabin, moving closer and then away. My mind raced. Could it be a deer or a bear? Maybe, but the pattern was too deliberate, too quiet for a bear, and too heavy for a deer. Felt like a person. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching me. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat by the fire, clutching an old kitchen knife I'd found in the cabin. Every time I thought the footsteps had stopped, they would start again. Sometimes they would pause, then resume in a different direction. I kept telling myself to stay calm, to wait for morning. When dawn finally came, the forest seemed peaceful again. The wind had died down, and the sun was breaking through the trees. I stepped outside, looking for any sign of whoever had been there. There were footprints around the cabin, fresh and deep. They circled the porch and disappeared into the woods. My stomach dropped. Someone had been close enough to touch the cabin during the night, and I hadn't heard them coming. I packed my things quickly, deciding I wasn't going to spend another night there. As I gathered the last of my firewood, I noticed something else. Scratches on the cabin door. Deep marks like someone had tried to force it open. My heart raced as I locked up and started walking down the trail to my car. The forest that had seemed so inviting the day before now felt like a trap. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone lurking behind the trees. The walk back to the road was long and exhausting. My legs burned, and my breath came in ragged gasps. When I finally saw my car, relief washed over me. I got in, locked the doors, and sat for a moment, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. That's when I noticed it. A figure standing at the edge of the trees, watching me. Not moving, just standing still, blending into the shadows. I blinked, and it was gone. I didn't stop driving until I was back on the highway, far away from the forest. The next day, I called the cabin owner to tell them what had happened. She sounded surprised but not shocked. She told me there had been some reports of people trespassing and causing trouble in the area, but nothing violent. I tried to convince myself that was all it was. Trespassers, maybe kids messing around, or hunters who got too close. But the feeling of being watched, the scratches on the door, the footprints, they all stayed with me. I didn't return to the cabin after that. Months later, I read in the local paper about a man who had been arrested for stalking hikers and campers in that same forest. He had been living off the grid, sneaking into cabins, and terrifying anyone who came near. The police found evidence in his camp. Photos of people he had followed, stolen items, and even weapons. It hit me hard. I had been lucky to get away when I did. Now, whenever I think about that trip, I remember the quiet nights, the beauty of the forest, but also the fear that never left me. The way the woods can hide more than just animals. How close danger can be when you least expect it. And how, sometimes, the scariest things are not monsters or ghosts, but real people with real intentions. I haven't gone back to the cabin or that forest. I'm careful now about where I go when I want to be alone. I research more, ask questions, and never ignore the small signs. Because I learned the hard way that being alone in the wilderness is not always peaceful. Sometimes it's just the opposite. And that night, with the footsteps circling my cabin and the figure watching from the trees, I learned that fear can be very real and very close without anything supernatural at all. had been planning the trip for months. It was supposed to be a quiet retreat, a break from the city noise and my daily routine. I had found a small cabin listed for rent, tucked away in a remote part of the forest about a 3-hour drive from where I lived. The photos online looked inviting. Simple wooden structure, surrounded by thick trees, a small porch, and a fireplace inside. The idea of spending a week alone with no distractions was exactly what I needed. I packed my car carefully the morning I left. Clothes, food, water, a first aid kit, flashlight with extra batteries, a camping stove, and some books. I didn't expect to need much more than the basics. My phone's signal would be spotty at best out there, but I told myself that was part of the charm. The drive itself was peaceful. The highway gave way to winding country roads, then to gravel paths that narrowed as I approached the cabin's location. The air started to feel different as I drove deeper into the forest, thicker, cooler, and filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang intermittently, and I saw deer and squirrels darting between the trees. When I finally arrived, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through the branches. The cabin was exactly like the pictures, maybe even better in person. The wooden walls were weathered but sturdy, the windows dusted with a thin layer of grime. I parked the car in a small clearing and took a deep breath. For a moment, I just stood there, soaking it all in. Inside, the cabin was simple and rustic. A small kitchen with a sink and a gas stove, a tiny table with 2 chairs, a worn-out couch, and a wood-burning stove. A narrow staircase led to a loft where the bed was. I unpacked my things slowly, setting up the essentials. I was careful to check that all the windows and doors locked properly. The deadbolt on the front door made a satisfying click. After unpacking, I went outside for a short walk. The forest around the cabin was dense, full of tall pines and thick underbrush. The ground was soft beneath my boots, damp from recent rain. I wandered down a faint trail that led to a small creek not far from the cabin. The sound of running water was soothing, and the cool air was refreshing after the warmth inside. When I returned, it was already dark. I lit a fire in the wood stove, its warmth and glow filling the room. I made a simple dinner on the stove, canned soup heated in a pot with some bread. I ate quietly, the silence around me almost overwhelming. That first night was restless. The unfamiliar sounds of the forest at night made me jumpy. The rustling of leaves, distant animal calls, the occasional snap of a twig. I found myself checking the locks on the door several times before finally falling asleep. The next morning, I woke early to the sound of birds chirping outside the window. The cabin felt different in daylight, less eerie, more inviting. I brewed some coffee on the stove and sat on the porch, watching the mist rise from the trees. For the first few hours, everything felt peaceful and calm. I decided to explore more of the surrounding forest. Taking a backpack with water, a map, and my phone, I set off on a trail that looked well used. The forest was thick, with patches of sunlight filtering through the canopy. The air smelled fresh and earthy. As I walked, I noticed small details. The pattern of bark on trees, moss growing on rocks, the way the light shifted as the day moved on. After a couple of hours, I found a small clearing. It looked like a place where people might have camped before, an old fire ring with charred stones and some scattered trash. I tidied it up a bit, collecting the trash in a plastic bag to carry out later. It felt strange to see evidence that others had been here, but I didn't think much of it. I turned back toward the cabin as the afternoon sun began to dip. The forest grew quieter, and the shadows lengthened. When I returned, I noticed the cabin seemed darker, even though the sun was still up. I chalked it up to the dense trees blocking the light. That night, I went to bed early. The wood stove had heated the cabin well, but I was careful to close the vents and windows to keep the warmth in. I lay awake for a while, listening to the wind outside and the occasional rustle of animals. Then, around midnight, I heard something. It was faint at first, a soft tapping sound against the cabin's outer wall. I sat up quickly, my heart pounding. The tapping continued, irregular but deliberate. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it out the window, but saw nothing. I tried to calm myself. Maybe it was just a branch brushing against the wall in the wind. but the tapping kept coming, sometimes moving around to different parts of the cabin. I listened intently, the sounds echoing in the dark silence. After a while, the noise stopped. I waited a few more minutes before forcing myself back to bed. I kept the flashlight by my side, ready to use it again. The next day, I found something odd. On the porch, near the base of one of the support beams, there were small scratches in the wood. They looked fresh. I ran my fingers over them, noting their jagged shape, like claws. That made my skin crawl. I searched around the cabin perimeter but found no signs of animals large enough to make those scratches. No footprints, no droppings. I figured it could be a raccoon or maybe a stray dog. Still, it felt off. I told myself not to let it get to me. I spent the day tidying the cabin, cleaning up the kitchen, stacking firewood, and organizing my supplies. I tried to ignore the feeling of being watched. Later that evening, as I prepared dinner, I heard the tapping again. Louder this time and closer. It moved around the cabin rapidly, almost like someone or something was circling it. I grabbed the flashlight and went outside, shining the beam into the darkness. There was nothing. No animals, no people. Just the shadows of trees swaying in the wind. I checked the locks again and double-checked the windows. The next morning, I found more scratches. This time, they were higher up on the wall near one of the windows. They looked deeper and more aggressive. My stomach twisted with unease. I started to feel more alert, constantly glancing outside, jumping at every sound. The forest around me seemed less peaceful, more menacing. On the third night, I slept fitfully. The tapping started again, louder and more frequent. At one point, I heard the sound of something heavy hitting the cabin's side, a thud that shook the wooden walls. I got up and grabbed my phone. The battery was low, but I tried calling for help. No signal. I sent a few texts hoping they would send when I got back to coverage, but there was no immediate way to reach anyone. I tried to peer out the windows, but the darkness was thick. I kept the flashlight on and moved around the cabin, checking each door and window. Everything was locked tight. Then I noticed something new. Muddy footprints around the cabin. They looked fresh and oddly shaped, with deep marks as if whoever or whatever made them was heavy. I followed the prints around the clearing. They led into the woods but disappeared after a short distance. The fear gnawed at me. I couldn't explain it, but I felt the presence of someone watching me, lurking just beyond the tree line. I debated leaving the cabin early the next day but decided to wait until morning to avoid wandering in the dark. Daylight brought a little relief. The forest was less threatening in the sun, and I felt calmer. I gathered my things and prepared to leave. As I packed, I noticed something odd near the back door. A crudely drawn symbol etched into the wood, roughly carved and smeared with what looked like dirt or mud. It was unsettling, like a warning or a mark. I took a picture, just in case, then washed it off as best I could. The walk back to the car was tense. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone, or something, following me. When I reached the clearing where I had parked, relief flooded me. The car was just as I left it, no damage or signs of tampering. I started the engine and pulled out onto the gravel road. Driving away, the tension didn't fully lift. Every shadow seemed to move in the corners of my eyes. Every sound made me flinch. By the time I reached the highway and saw other cars, my nerves began to settle. I told myself it was just my imagination, the isolation playing tricks on me. Back home, I cleaned the cabin key and gear. I looked up the rental company and called them. They told me the cabin had a quiet reputation but was located in an area where people occasionally got lost or had run-ins with wildlife. That explained some of it, but not the scratches or the strange symbol. I researched local news and found reports of break-ins and illegal activity in nearby forests, sometimes by squatters or people hiding from the law. It was possible someone had been lurking near the cabin or trying to scare off visitors. That made me even more cautious about renting places in remote areas in the future. Looking back, I realized that my trip was a mix of beauty and danger. The forest was stunning, full of life and peace during the day, but the isolation left me vulnerable, exposed to unknown risks. The tapping, the scratches, the footprints, they were all signs that I was not alone. And not all I never thought I'd end up in a situation like that. But there I was, alone in a small cabin deep in the woods, feeling more scared than I had ever been in my entire life. The whole experience stayed with me for years afterward. The sounds, the cold nights, the feeling that something was very wrong. It wasn't ghosts or monsters or anything made up. It was just real life, and sometimes reality is scarier than any story. I had wanted a quiet weekend away from everything. My job was stressful, and my city life was noisy and crowded. I was tired of the constant hum of traffic, the blaring sirens, and the people always around. So, I found a little cabin listed on a rental site. It was a modest place, nothing fancy, but the pictures showed a simple wooden cabin surrounded by tall trees and wilderness. It seemed perfect. The price was right, and the location promised peace and quiet. No internet, no cell signal, just nature and silence. I arrived late on a Friday afternoon. The dirt road leading to the cabin was narrow and bumpy, the kind of road that makes you worry about your car getting stuck. The sun was already low in the sky by the time I parked. I remember stepping out and feeling a cool breeze that smelled like pine and damp earth. The forest around me was dense, with towering trees that blocked out most of the fading light. The air smelled fresh, but there was a hint of something else. Something sharp and a little bitter, like smoke or burnt leaves. The cabin was smaller than I expected. It was made of dark, weathered logs with a slanted roof and a little porch with a rusty bench. The windows were covered with thin curtains, and I noticed the front door had an old-fashioned lock. The whole place looked like it hadn't been updated in decades, but that was part of the charm for me. I wanted to disconnect, to get away from everything modern and fast. Inside, the cabin was dim but cozy. There was a small wood stove in the corner, a tiny kitchen with a sink and a gas burner, a fold-out table, and a bed that looked like it was stuffed with old, lumpy cushions. There wasn't much else. No TV, no radio, no phone chargers, just a few books and some dusty cookware. I unpacked quickly, wanting to get settled before dark. The first night was mostly peaceful. I built a small fire in the stove, the crackling flames warming the room and filling the space with a soft orange glow. Outside, I could hear the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of an owl. I didn't feel afraid yet. In fact, I felt calm and a little happy to be away from the noise of the city. But then, around midnight, things started to change. It began with small sounds. Creaks in the floor, the wind tapping against the window frames, branches scraping the roof. I told myself it was just the house settling, or the forest outside moving in the breeze. Still, I found it hard to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like something was watching me, waiting just beyond the thin walls. At one point, I woke up to a sharp, knocking sound on the door. I froze, heart pounding. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but the knocking was too deliberate, too steady. It wasn't random like an animal's footsteps or scratching. It was slow and hard, like someone or something was trying to get in. I waited, holding my breath, listening. After a few seconds, the knocking stopped. I didn't dare open the door. Instead, I grabbed my phone to check the time, 3:13 a.m. I felt foolish for bringing my phone. There was no signal, no calls, no messages, no internet, just silence. I tried to convince myself to get back to sleep. The next morning, I told myself I would leave, but the day brought no relief. The sun came up weak and gray, barely breaking through the thick clouds. The forest around the cabin looked cold and still. I tried to get outside, but the woods felt different in the daylight. The trees seemed more crowded and less friendly. The shadows were deeper, and the air was heavy, like before a storm. I walked around the cabin, looking for a way to leave early. The dirt road was muddy from recent rain, and the ground was slippery. I noticed footprints in the mud, large, heavy steps leading away from the cabin and then disappearing into the trees. I hadn't seen anyone else arrive, and I was the only one supposed to be here. My heart raced as I stared at the prints, wondering if someone had been watching me during the night. The idea made no sense. Who would come all the way out here in the middle of nowhere? The nearest town was miles away. Cell phones didn't work, and yet the footprints were clear and fresh. I went back inside and locked all the doors and windows, double-checking every latch. The cabin didn't feel so cozy anymore. It felt trapped. That night, the noises came back worse than before. The wind howled through the trees, making the cabin creak and shake. The knocking returned, louder and more urgent. It wasn't just on the door anymore. It sounded like something was pounding on the windows, tapping on the walls. I didn't sleep. I stayed awake in the corner near the stove, clutching a heavy metal flashlight like a weapon. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but I knew the phone wouldn't work. I was completely cut off. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps on the porch outside. Slow, heavy steps pacing back and forth. Then a long pause. The silence was worse than the noise. I kept the flashlight aimed at the door, ready for anything. Suddenly, the doorknob rattled. I jumped back, shining the light on it. The knob twisted slowly, and I could hear someone breathing just outside the door. My heart threatened to burst through my chest. I screamed inside my head for it to stop. Whoever or whatever was outside had no reason to be here. No one else was supposed to be in these woods. Then, as suddenly as it started, the doorknob stopped moving. The footsteps retreated down the porch steps and into the woods. The knocking and banging faded away into the night. I sat trembling for hours, waiting for dawn. When morning finally came, I didn't waste any time packing. I grabbed my things and headed for the car. But as I opened the door, I froze. There were marks scratched into the doorframe. Deep, ragged gouges, like claws or a knife. I hadn't noticed them the day before. And the footprints? They were all around the cabin now, circling it, too many to count. They weren't animal prints. They were boot prints, heavy, and they were everywhere. I hurried down the muddy road, glancing nervously into the thick woods. I kept hearing twigs snap behind me, and every time I turned, nothing was there. The drive back to town was tense. I kept looking in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights following me, but the road was empty. The forest thinned out, the houses appeared, and the noise of civilization slowly returned. Back home, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Later, I learned that the area where the cabin was rented was notorious for illegal activity. People used the forest for drug deals, trespassing, and worse. The footprints, the noises, and the knocking? Most likely, they were people trying to scare off anyone who might stumble onto their secret hideouts. The scratching on the door? Probably a warning or a sign.
No ghosts.
No monsters. Just real people, dangerous and territorial. I never went back to that cabin or the woods near it. I'm careful now, even when I go camping or hiking. The forest is beautiful, but it can also be home to things you don't want to meet. People who want to stay hidden. That weekend taught me something important. Sometimes the scariest things aren't supernatural. They are just real. Real people, real danger, and real fear. It started as a plan to escape. I was tired of the city noise, the stress, and the constant pressure. I wanted a place to clear my head, to get away from everything for a while. I found a small cabin for rent online. It was in the middle of the woods, near a lake called Clear Lake. The pictures looked peaceful. A small wooden cabin with a porch, surrounded by tall pine trees, and the lake visible just a few hundred feet away. It was basic but comfortable, with electricity and running water, and most importantly, quiet. I booked it for a week. The drive there was long but calming. As I left the highway and turned onto the narrow dirt road that led to the cabin, the trees grew thicker on both sides. The sky was gray and cloudy that afternoon, and the air smelled like wet earth and pine needles. When I arrived, the cabin was exactly as the pictures showed. It sat on a slight hill, with the lake stretching out below, calm and still. No other houses or cabins were nearby, just trees and water for miles. I unloaded my bags, carrying a small suitcase, a backpack with food and supplies, and a few books. I planned to spend my time reading, hiking, fishing, and resting. The cabin had a small kitchen, a single bedroom with a bed, and a bathroom with a shower. The furniture was simple: a wooden table with 2 chairs, a couch, and a small shelf with some books and board games left by the owners. I plugged in my phone and a small lamp, but the cell signal was weak, so I didn't expect much connection. I wanted to be offline mostly anyway. The first night was quiet except for the usual sounds of the forest, crickets, an occasional bird, and the soft lapping of the lake water. I went to bed early, tired from the trip. I slept well. The next day, I woke to thick fog rolling over the lake. The mist gave everything a strange, blurry look. I put on my boots and jacket and decided to hike the trail I had read about nearby. It was a marked path that looped through the forest and came back to the cabin. The woods were dense and filled with the smell of moss, damp leaves, and pine sap. The trail was uneven, covered with roots and rocks. After a couple of hours, I returned, tired but feeling refreshed. I made some food on the cabin's small stove, then spent the afternoon reading on the porch. That evening, I sat on the porch watching the sun set behind the trees. The sky turned pink and orange, reflecting on the lake. I noticed something strange then. Across the water, near the far shore, I saw a small light flickering between the trees. It looked like a lantern or a campfire. I thought maybe someone else was camping nearby, though I hadn't seen any other cabins or people around. The idea of being truly alone was comforting. But now this little light made me uneasy. I watched for a while, but it didn't move or change. When it got dark, I closed the curtains and locked the doors. I felt a bit nervous, but I told myself it was just my imagination. The wind picked up, rustling the trees. I heard the occasional snap of a branch and the distant call of a bird. The night felt colder than before. On the third day, I decided to explore the lake. I found a small rowboat tied to a tree near the cabin. It looked old but usable. I untied it and rowed out to the middle of the lake. The water was cold and clear. I let myself drift for a while, enjoying the quiet. But after some time, I noticed something odd again. A movement in the water near the shore opposite from the cabin. Something large seemed to be moving through the reeds and water plants. I couldn't see exactly what it was, just a shadow shifting under the surface. I thought maybe it was a big fish or a beaver. Still, I felt a slight chill run down my back and rowed back quickly. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every little sound felt louder. The wind howled through the trees, and I heard an animal scratching near the cabin. I turned on the porch light to see if I could spot anything. I caught a glimpse of a dark shape moving between the trees, but it disappeared before I could focus on it. The next morning, I found small claw marks on the wooden steps. I felt uneasy but convinced myself it was just a raccoon or a stray animal. On the fourth day, I planned to hike further into the woods. The trail I chose was unmarked, based on a rough map I found in the cabin's drawer. I packed some water, snacks, and a flashlight just in case. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The trees grew taller, the underbrush thicker. I followed a narrow animal path at times, pushing through branches and spider webs. After about 3 hours, I reached a clearing with a small abandoned campsite. There were rusted cans, old tent stakes, and a fire pit filled with cold ashes. It looked like someone had been there years ago but never came back. I didn't stay long. I took a few photos with my phone, then turned back. On the way back, I noticed the light from the cabin was gone. It was still daytime, but a thick cloud had rolled in, covering the sun. The forest suddenly felt darker and more oppressive. I hurried back, feeling a strange pressure on my chest. When I reached the cabin, the door was slightly open. I was sure I had locked it before I left. My heart raced. I stepped inside carefully. Nothing seemed disturbed inside, but I found my backpack on the floor, unzipped. My food and water bottles were scattered around. I checked my phone, it was missing. I panicked for a moment, then realized I must have dropped it somewhere on the trail. The front door was unlocked, but no sign of anyone else inside. I locked everything again, then checked the windows. All intact. The back door was closed and locked too. I sat down and tried to calm myself. I told myself it might have been the wind that pushed the door open, and maybe an animal got inside and rummaged through my bag. I decided to look for my phone in the morning. That night, I slept with the lights on. Every noise seemed amplified. The wind shook the cabin, and I heard something moving outside. I stayed awake for hours, staring at the locked door. The next morning, I set out to find my phone. I went back to the trail, retracing my steps carefully. The forest was silent except for the crunch of leaves under my boots. After about an hour, I spotted something black in the dirt near a fallen log. It was my phone. I picked it up, but the screen was cracked and the case was scratched. The battery was dead. I turned back to the cabin quickly, feeling relief. But when I got there, I noticed the porch light was broken. The bulb was shattered on the ground. I looked around but saw no footprints or other signs. I brought the phone inside and locked the doors. The following days grew stranger. I began noticing small things missing from the cabin. A spoon, a book, a candle. Each time I was sure I left them on the table or shelf. I started double-checking every corner. The feeling that I wasn't alone grew stronger. I kept hearing footsteps outside at night or the sound of something dragging on the porch. Sometimes I would wake up feeling cold, even though the heater was on. One evening, I noticed the flickering light across the lake again. It was the same small glow I had seen on the first night, but this time it moved closer, appearing at the edge of the forest near the cabin. I thought about calling the owners or the local ranger, but I had no reliable cell signal. The cabin was isolated and I felt stuck. I decided to stay awake that night and watch. I sat by the window with a flashlight and a kitchen knife for protection. The light moved slowly through the trees near the shore. I tried to focus but couldn't see anyone clearly. Then I heard a noise. Branches snapping, low growls, or heavy breathing. My heart pounded. I felt frozen. Suddenly, I saw a figure step into the clearing. It was a man, tall and wearing dark clothes. He moved quietly but deliberately, looking around as if searching for something. I realized with horror that he was watching the cabin. I ducked away from the window and locked it. For the next 2 days, I didn't leave the cabin. I kept the doors locked and windows covered. I stayed inside, watching for any sign of that man. The forest felt hostile, and the quiet was heavy. I knew I had to do something. On the 6th day, I found a narrow trail leading from the cabin's back toward a small road I hadn't noticed on the map. I decided to take a risk and hike to that road, hoping to find help or at least get a phone signal. I packed a small bag with essentials: water, food, flashlight, and the kitchen knife. The trail was narrow and overgrown but clear enough to follow. It wound through thick trees and crossed a shallow creek. After walking for an hour, I came out on a gravel road. It was empty and looked rarely used, but I saw tire tracks. I walked along the road, hoping to find a house or someone passing by. The sky was overcast, and a light rain started to fall. After about 45 minutes, I saw a small wooden sign by the road: Clear Lake Ranger Station, 2 miles. I felt hope rising. I started walking faster, trying to ignore the wet cold and the ache in my legs. As I got closer, I saw the ranger station. A small cabin with a green roof, a parking lot with a truck, and a satellite dish. I knocked on the door, and a man in a uniform opened it. I never planned to spend a weekend alone in the woods. I'm not the type who goes out seeking adventure or getting away from the world, but this one slipped up on me. I had to get out of the city, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could just think. When I found the listing for the cabin online, it seemed perfect. Small, rustic, tucked deep in the pines, far from anyone else. It had electricity, running water, a wood stove, and a porch that overlooked the trees. The photos showed no neighbors, just trees and the sky. I thought it would be a good break from the noise, the traffic, the constant buzz of the city. The drive there was long, maybe 3 hours, and I didn't mind it. I like driving by myself, especially through nature, watching the landscape change from tall buildings and crowded streets to endless fields and thick forest. The last stretch was a dirt road, narrow and winding. The trees leaned in close on either side, and the sun was low, casting long shadows. I saw no other cars. The GPS said I was close, but the cabin was hidden behind a bend. So I slowed down and finally spotted the sign nailed to a tree: Pine Hollow Cabin. Just past that was a gravel driveway and the cabin itself. The cabin was older but solid. The wood siding was faded and weathered. The windows looked like they hadn't been cleaned in months, and the roof had a few missing shingles. It sat on a slight hill with tall pines all around it, the ground covered with fallen needles and pine cones. The porch creaked under my feet as I stepped inside. It smelled like old wood, a bit of dampness, and something else I couldn't place right away. Inside, the cabin was small. One room for cooking and eating, a small living area with a couch and a wood stove, a tiny bathroom, and a loft bedroom upstairs with a low ceiling. There were few things, some old pots and pans, a radio that looked like it hadn't been used in years, a pile of firewood stacked by the stove. I liked it immediately, even if it was rough around the edges. The place felt real and quiet in a way I hadn't felt in years. After unloading my things, I decided to walk around the area. The woods stretched out in every direction. The trees were close together, tall pines mostly, with some hardwoods mixed in. The forest floor was soft with pine needles and moss. I found a trail that looked like it had been used occasionally but wasn't maintained. It wound through the trees, rising and falling gently. The sounds were peaceful: birds, wind in the branches, the crunch of my boots on the ground. I felt calm, relaxed. That night, after a simple dinner of canned soup and bread, I built a fire in the stove and sat back with a book. The cabin was cold, but the stove warmed the room quickly. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the windows and making the trees sway. I liked the sound. It was nature's own music. I didn't hear a single car or dog or anything human, just the woods. I went to bed early, tired from the drive and the walk. The loft bedroom was small and the mattress was thin, but it was clean. I pulled the blankets tight and soon fell asleep. The first thing I noticed waking up was how silent it was. No birds, no wind, no sounds of animals. Just stillness. It was strange. I looked out the window and saw fog blanketing the forest floor, thick and low. The trees faded into a soft gray haze. I got up and made coffee, then went back outside to walk before the fog lifted. The air was damp and cool. The fog muffled sound and made everything look unreal, like I was walking through a dream. The forest seemed darker, the trees towering like silent guards. I stayed on the trail, but the fog was thickening, and I could barely see more than 10 feet ahead. That's when I started noticing odd things. Small details at first. A snapped twig on the ground where I had just stepped, but no animals or birds around to make the noise. Footprints in the mud, but not like any animal I recognized, too large, and the shape was odd, almost like a boot print, but I was alone in the woods. The trail seemed to shift. I was sure I had passed a particular tree, but now I couldn't find it again. The trees all looked the same in the fog. I stopped, trying to get my bearings, but it was hard. The fog swallowed the sunlight, and the forest looked endless. I pulled out my phone, but there was no signal. The GPS said I was on the trail, but the map was fuzzy. I decided to turn back, but the trail I had come from was gone, replaced by thick brush and trees. I walked cautiously, pushing branches aside, stepping over fallen logs. The silence was almost suffocating. No birds, no insects, no wind. Just me and the quiet. I started feeling uneasy, like I wasn't supposed to be there. My skin prickled, and I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone or something, but there was nothing. After what felt like hours, I stumbled into a clearing. The fog was thinner here, and I could see the cabin in the distance. Relief washed over me. I hurried toward it, but then I heard a noise, soft at first, like breathing or whispering. It wasn't the wind or animals. It was human. I froze and listened. The sound came from behind the trees, just beyond the clearing. I couldn't tell what it was saying, but it was definitely voices. Multiple voices, low and muffled. I tried to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. I didn't want to be near anyone. I came here for peace, not to run into strangers in the woods. I decided to get back to the cabin quickly. My heart was pounding, and my steps quickened. The voices faded as I moved away, replaced by the sound of dry leaves crunching under my feet. Back at the cabin, I locked the door and bolted the windows. I checked all the rooms, made sure nothing was out of place. Nothing was. I tried to calm down by making a fire, but I kept hearing noises outside. Footsteps, faint and irregular. like someone walking slowly around the cabin. I looked out the window but saw only shadows moving among the trees. The wind had picked up again, making the branches scratch against the siding. The sound was annoying and unsettling. I sat in the corner by the stove trying to think. Who else could be out here? The area was remote. The dirt road was long and not used much. No cell signal, no neighbors, no stores nearby. It didn't make sense. Then I remembered. The cabin owner's instructions said not to leave the road after dark, because some hunters were in the area this time of year. Hunting season. I had seen no signs of hunters before, but maybe they were around now. I decided to stay inside until morning. I piled firewood and kept the stove going. Outside, the footsteps continued, sometimes stopping, sometimes circling. The noises made me feel trapped. I was a stranger here, and whoever was outside knew it. The night was long and restless. Couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the footsteps again. I heard branches breaking, twigs snapping, and sometimes the quiet murmur of voices. It wasn't just one person. It was a group. I felt vulnerable. I thought about leaving, but the dirt road was miles away. And in the dark, I didn't want to risk getting lost or running into those people outside. I stayed awake, watching the shadows through the window, the fire flickering in the stove. When dawn finally broke, I felt exhausted but alive. The footsteps stopped. The forest slowly came back to life with birdsong and the wind in the trees. That morning, I packed up quickly. I didn't eat breakfast. I wanted to get out before anyone showed up again. As I locked the door, I saw tire tracks in the gravel driveway. Fresh, deep marks from a truck or SUV. Someone had been here overnight, no doubt. The drive back was tense. Every rustle in the trees on the side of the road made me glance quickly. The silence felt heavy. I didn't want to think about what could have happened if those people outside had found me alone in the cabin. When I finally got back to the city, I felt like I was leaving a dangerous place behind. The woods had seemed beautiful and peaceful at first, but that night had shown me a darker side. A side where people could be a threat, even in a place that looked so quiet and empty. The weekend at Pine Hollow taught me a lot. It reminded me that nature can be unforgiving, not because of some ghost story or fairy tale, but because of real things, people, isolation, the unknown. The woods don't care who you are. If you're alone and vulnerable, you have to be careful. The quiet can hide danger just as well as the noise. I didn't go back to the cabin after that. I'm not sure I'll ever spend a night alone in the woods again, but the memory stays with me. The silence, the fog, the footsteps outside my door. Real fear doesn't come from spirits or monsters. It comes from knowing that sometimes people are the scariest part of the wild. I remember the day I decided to spend a week alone in the cabin deep in the woods like it was yesterday. It was early autumn. The leaves were just starting to turn shades of orange and red, and the air had a crisp chill that hinted at the coming winter. The plan was simple: get away from the noise, the people, and the constant buzz of everyday life. Just me, the forest, and an old cabin that had been in my family for decades but rarely used. I thought it would be a good way to clear my head, maybe write a little and just enjoy the quiet. The cabin was tucked away in the middle of a dense forest about 2 hours from the nearest town. The last mile was a rough dirt road with deep ruts and loose gravel. I drove slowly, trying not to damage the rental SUV I had to get there. When I finally reached the small clearing where the cabin sat, it felt like I had stepped back in time. The cabin itself was old, made of thick logs darkened by age and weather, with a sloped metal roof that had patches of rust. The porch sagged a bit on one side, and the wooden steps creaked under my weight when I stepped out. The whole place smelled like damp wood and pine needles. The air was cool but dry, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird call far off in the trees. I pulled my bags from the car and carried them inside. The cabin wasn't fancy. It had a small kitchen with an old stove, a sink that barely worked, and a tiny living area with a cracked leather armchair and a wooden table. The bedroom was just a small room with a single bed, and there was a wood-burning stove in the corner. The floorboards creaked underfoot, and dust settled thick on the windowsills. I could tell the cabin hadn't been used in a while. I unpacked my things slowly, arranging my clothes, books, and food on the small shelves and the worn table. The plan was to keep things simple. No phone, no internet, no distractions. Just nature and my thoughts. As the sun dipped low behind the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor, I built a fire in the stove. The cabin warmed slowly, the orange glow of the flames flickering against the walls. I sat in the armchair, watching the fire dance, feeling the quiet settle around me like a blanket. The first night was peaceful. I slept deeply, the kind of sleep that only comes when you're truly away from everything. I woke early, the pale light of dawn filtering through the curtains. Outside, the forest was alive with the sounds of birds waking up and the wind moving through the trees. I spent the day walking the trails near the cabin, marveling at how untouched everything felt. The ground was covered in fallen leaves, and mushrooms popped up here and there near rotting logs. I found a small stream not far from the cabin, the water clear and cold, trickling over smooth stones. But as the days passed, I started to notice little things. Strange sounds at night that I couldn't explain. Not animals, at least not the usual kind. Sometimes it sounded like footsteps crunching on dead leaves outside, slow and deliberate. Other times, it was a low scratching noise coming from the woods, like something was trying to move through the brush but carefully, as if hiding. I told myself it was just my imagination. The woods were full of life, after all, and my mind was probably playing tricks on me, making me feel alone and vulnerable. Still, the feeling of being watched settled over me like a shadow. I found myself glancing over my shoulder during walks, feeling eyes on me from the trees. The forest was dense, the trunks thick and close together, the canopy blocking out much of the sunlight. Sometimes I caught glimpses of movement, a flash of fur, a quick shift in the branches, but every time I looked directly, there was nothing there. The quiet of the woods felt heavy, like it was waiting. One afternoon, I went further than I had before, following a narrow trail that wound between tall pines and birches. The path was overgrown and covered in fallen branches, making it hard to see. I kept thinking I should turn back, but something pushed me forward. The air grew colder and damper as I walked, and the light dimmed under the thick canopy. I felt a weight in the air, as if I was stepping into a different place entirely. I reached a small clearing where the ground was bare dirt, and I noticed strange marks scratched into the bark of several trees. The marks looked like deep gouges made by something sharp and heavy. They were rough and uneven, and the bark was peeled away in places. The sight made my skin crawl. I had no idea what had made those marks, but I didn't want to find out. I took a few pictures with my phone for reference, though there was no signal out here, and turned back. The sun was already dipping below the trees when I got back to the cabin. I made dinner, a simple meal of canned soup and bread, and ate by the fire. Outside, the wind had picked up, shaking the branches and sending a chorus of creaks and groans through the forest. I double-checked the windows and doors, making sure everything was locked tight. I had brought a small hunting knife with me, a habit from growing up in the country, but it did little to ease my growing unease. That night, the noises got worse. Footsteps around the cabin, slow and heavy, sometimes coming close to the porch. Scratches on the outside walls, faint but unmistakable. I kept the lights low and the door locked, but I didn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined something lurking just beyond the window, watching me. The wind howled through the trees like a living thing, and I felt trapped inside the cabin, vulnerable and exposed. On the third day, I decided I had to explore more, to find a way to prove to myself there was nothing dangerous out here. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, a flashlight, and my knife, and set off down a different trail. The forest seemed darker here, the trees older and taller. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves, muffling my footsteps. I moved carefully, trying to stay calm, but the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. I found a small stream again, bigger than the first one, with clear water rushing over rocks. The sound was soothing, and I knelt to fill my water bottle. While resting, I spotted something half buried in the mud near the bank. An old, rusted metal canister, dented and covered in grime. It looked out of place, like someone had dropped it years ago and forgotten. I wiped it clean and examined it closely. There was no label, just a faded, scratched surface. I put it in my backpack, curious but cautious. As I stood up, I heard a twig snap behind me. I spun around quickly, heart pounding, but saw nothing. The trees seemed to close in, the shadows lengthening. I decided to head back to the cabin before it got dark. The trail was harder to follow now, covered in more fallen branches and leaves. I stumbled a few times, scraping my hands and knees on rough bark and rocks. When I finally saw the cabin through the trees, relief flooded me. But as I stepped onto the porch, I froze. The front door was slightly ajar, swinging slowly on its hinges. I hadn't left it open. My mind raced, trying to remember if I had locked it before I left. I pushed it shut and locked it again, my hands trembling. Inside, everything looked untouched, nothing out of place except the door. I double-checked the windows and locked them tight. The rest of that night was unbearable. I kept a fire burning in the stove and stayed awake, listening. The footsteps came again, slow and steady, circling the cabin. The scratching was louder, more urgent, coming from the side of the building. I stayed near the window, flashlight and knife in hand, waiting for dawn. I knew it was probably an animal, maybe a bear or a large dog, but something about it felt wrong, too purposeful, too human. The next morning, I noticed more signs around the cabin. Deep claw marks gouged into the wooden walls, fresh dirt disturbed near the back porch, and broken branches scattered around. It was clear something had been trying to get in. I was terrified, but I refused to leave. I had come here to face the silence and solitude, and I wasn't going to let fear drive me away. But I knew I needed to be smarter. I spent the day reinforcing the cabin. I nailed boards over the windows, gathered extra firewood, and set traps around the perimeter. Simple snares made from wire and string tied to sticks. I also cleared brush away from the cabin to improve visibility. I wanted no surprises. At night, I kept the fire roaring, the flames pushing back the shadows. Still, the noises didn't stop. The footsteps, the scratching, the occasional low growl that echoed through the forest. The nights dragged on endlessly, filled with tension and fear. I barely slept, jumping at every sound. My food supply was running low, and I realized I had to leave soon. On the 6th day, the fear turned to desperation. The noises were louder, closer, and more frequent. I heard heavy breathing just outside the cabin one night and saw dark shapes moving through the trees. I stayed awake all night, knife in hand, ready to defend myself. When morning finally came, I packed my things quickly and prepared to leave. Before I got in the car, I took one last look at the cabin. The forest seemed to watch me back, the trees silent. I don't even know why I decided to rent that cabin in the woods. I guess I wanted to get away from everything. The city was wearing me down, and I needed a break from the noise, the people, the constant pressure of work and traffic and deadlines. I wanted silence, real silence. No phone signals, no internet, no one knocking on my door. Just me and the trees. I thought it would be peaceful, even healing. But I didn't know what I was walking into. The cabin was about 3 hours from the city, tucked deep in a forest I had never been to before. I found it on a rental website. The pictures made it look cozy, almost charming. Wooden walls, a stone fireplace, a small porch with 2 rocking chairs. The listing said it was secluded, private, no neighbors for miles. Exactly what I wanted. The owner was a man named Paul, who said he rarely rented it out but wanted to make some extra money. The price was fair, so I booked it for a long weekend. I left Friday afternoon after work. The drive was long but beautiful. The road got narrower and rougher the further I went, until finally it turned into a gravel path. The GPS signal cut out about 20 minutes before I arrived, so I followed the directions Paul sent by email. I could feel my heartbeat slow down the closer I got. The forest grew thicker, the trees taller. I kept expecting to see some other house or cabin, but there was nothing, just trees and the occasional clearing. When I pulled up to the cabin, it looked just like the pictures. The wood was weathered but solid. The porch had some old leaves on it, and the rocking chairs were covered in dust. I unlocked the door with the key pawl left in a hidden box under a rock by the porch steps. Inside, it smelled like pine and old wood, with a faint musty smell from being closed up. The floor creaked a little under my feet. The furniture was basic but comfortable: a couch, a small table, a bed, a kitchen area with a tiny fridge and a gas stove. There was no electricity except for some solar lamps and a battery-powered lantern on the shelf. I set my bags down and went outside to explore a little. The clearing around the cabin was maybe an acre or two, mostly grass and wildflowers, surrounded by dense trees. I saw a small fire pit made of stones, some chopped wood stacked nearby, and a rusty metal bucket that I assumed was for water or ashes. The sky was starting to darken as the sun went down, painting the trees in long shadows. I lit a fire in the pit and sat on the porch, rocking slowly in one of the chairs, watching the flames flicker and listening to the sounds of the forest. Birds called in the distance, leaves rustled in the breeze, and every now and then I heard the crack of a twig under an unseen animal's foot. The peace was exactly what I wanted. The first night passed quietly. I slept on the thin mattress, the windows open to let in fresh air. Outside, the forest was alive with sound. Crickets, frogs, distant hoots of owls, but nothing alarming. I woke a few times to strange noises, but I told myself it was just animals. When morning came, the sunlight streamed through the trees, and I felt rested. The next day, I went for a hike. Paul had sent a map showing some trails nearby. I packed a backpack with water, some snacks, a compass, and my phone, though it had no signal. The trail started easy: soft dirt underfoot, green ferns and bushes along the sides, birds flitting through the branches. After a couple of hours, the trail got rougher. Roots stuck out of the ground, rocks were scattered across the path, and the trees grew closer together, blocking out more sunlight. I felt isolated but not scared, just quiet. I kept walking until I reached a small creek. The water was clear and cold. I knelt down and drank some, feeling the chill wake me up. The forest was still. The only sound was the water running over rocks. I sat on a fallen log for a while, enjoying the solitude. Then I started back to the cabin. The hike took longer than I expected, and by the time I got back, the sun was already low in the sky. That evening, I made a simple dinner on the stove, canned soup heated in a pot, and ate it on the porch. The sky turned orange and pink, then dark blue. I lit a few candles inside and read a book. The peace started to feel deeper, like I was really escaping everything. I went to bed early, but that's when things started to change. At about 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. At first, I thought it was just a bad dream, but then I heard it, a noise outside the cabin. It was soft at first, like the rustling of leaves, but then it grew louder, more deliberate. It sounded like footsteps, someone walking slowly around the perimeter of the cabin. I froze. The hairs on my arms stood up. I listened hard, trying to tell if it was an animal or a person. The steps were heavy, slow, deliberate, not like a deer or a raccoon. They circled the cabin once, then stopped. My heart pounded. I thought about grabbing the lantern, but I was scared to move. The porch light was off, so whoever was outside probably couldn't see me inside the cabin. The footsteps started again, this time closer to the back door. Then silence. I didn't dare look outside. I pulled the blanket over my head and tried to slow my breathing. The footsteps didn't come back, and after what felt like an hour, I finally fell asleep again. The next morning, I checked the outside of the cabin. Nothing looked disturbed. No footprints in the dirt. No signs of anyone breaking in. I felt foolish for being scared, but a little unsettled. I told myself it was probably an animal walking on dry leaves or a branch falling. That day, I went for another hike, but I stuck to the main trail. I was more alert, watching and listening carefully. The forest felt different, less peaceful, more watchful. When I got back to the cabin, I locked all the doors and windows, double-checked the gas stove and the fire pit, and sat with a baseball bat I had brought, just in case. That night, the footsteps came again. This time, I heard them on the front porch. Slow, heavy, deliberate. Then a pause. Then the sound of the door handle turning very quietly. I squeezed my eyes shut, heart hammering. The door didn't open. After a minute, the footsteps walked away. I didn't sleep at all the rest of the night. The next morning, I found something new. A note slipped under the door. It was a scrap of paper, crumpled and dirty. I unfolded it carefully. It said, "You shouldn't be here." I felt sick. My first instinct was to call the police, but there was no signal, and I wasn't sure how long I'd be out of range. I called Paul, the owner, but he didn't answer. I texted, no reply. I was alone. I packed a bag and decided to leave that same morning. As I got ready, I noticed the back door was slightly open. I was sure I locked it. I felt cold all over. Someone had been inside the cabin. I looked around carefully. Nothing was missing. No signs of forced entry, just that door left ajar. I took the note with me and locked the door behind me. I walked quickly to my car, heart racing. As I drove down the gravel road, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees, watching me leave. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station with cell service. I called the police and told them everything. They said they would send a patrol to check the cabin. Paul finally answered his phone and was surprised to hear what happened. He said no one had rented the cabin for months and promised to meet with the police. That weekend haunted me. I kept thinking about who might have been watching the cabin, why they left that note, how they got inside without breaking anything. I realized how vulnerable I had been out there, alone with no help nearby. Weeks later, the police called me back. They had found footprints around the cabin, too large to be a deer or any normal animal. They found footprints circling the cabin, marks near the back door where the lock had been tampered with carefully, but no fingerprints or DNA. The note was analyzed, but no prints were found. Paul told me he had no idea anyone was around the cabin when I rented it. The area was known for occasional trespassers and squatters who sometimes hid out there, but nothing violent had ever been reported before. I never went back. I'm still not sure what the person wanted or how close I came to something worse. But I know one thing: I'll never rent a cabin in the woods again without checking the place myself first and making sure someone else knows exactly where I am. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth when I arrived at the cabin. It was early autumn, the kind of cool, sharp morning where the sun barely warmed the ground before it slipped behind the tall trees. The cabin stood alone on the edge of a clearing, surrounded on all sides by a dense forest. It looked like it belonged there, made of rough logs and with a dark metal roof that gleamed faintly in the morning light. The windows were dusty, and the porch creaked softly beneath my feet as I stepped out of my car. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, craving a break from city life. The endless noise, the crowds, the endless push of work. It all piled up inside me until I needed to escape somewhere quiet, somewhere with no distractions. This cabin was perfect. It wasn't fancy, but it had everything I needed. A wood stove, a small kitchen, a bed, and no internet. No one to bother me, no emails, no phone calls. The road to the cabin was a narrow dirt path, winding through thick woods that towered high above me. I had driven slowly to avoid the potholes and loose gravel, but the car still rattled and bumped with every turn. At times, the trees pressed in so close that the sky was just a narrow strip of gray above me. It felt like I was entering another world, one cut off from everything else. When I first walked inside, the air was cool and smelled of old wood and mustiness, like the cabin hadn't been used much lately. Dust covered the floor and furniture, but nothing looked broken or too run down. I opened the windows to let fresh air in and pulled firewood from a stack near the door. The wood was dry and smelled faintly of pine sap. I spent the morning unpacking, laying out the food I'd brought, and stacking firewood by the stove. The cabin had a simple, rustic charm, and I enjoyed the quiet more than I had expected. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, and birds chirped now and then. It felt good to be alone. I started a fire in the stove and sat near it with a book. The flames crackled and danced, warming the small room, and the soft orange glow pushed the shadows back from the corners. The cabin was small, maybe 2 rooms, One was the main living space with the kitchen and stove, and the other was a bedroom with a simple bed and an old dresser. A small bathroom was tucked off the side, with just a cold water sink and a composting toilet. As the day went on, I took long walks around the clearing, exploring the woods beyond the cabin. The forest was dense, full of tall pines and thick underbrush. I kept close to the path, but I wandered far enough to feel truly alone. There were no other cabins nearby, no sounds of traffic or towns, just the trees, the dirt, and the occasional rustle of animals in the brush. As evening fell, the sky turned a deep blue-gray. I gathered more wood for the fire and cooked a simple meal over the stove. I felt calm and tired, ready to settle in for the night. Outside, the wind picked up, sending the branches scraping against the cabin walls. The noises were natural, but they still made the quiet cabin feel even quieter. I went to bed early, the fire dying down to glowing embers. The bed creaked beneath me, the wooden frame hard and unforgiving compared to my soft mattress at home. I stared up at the ceiling, listening to the wind and the occasional snap of a twig outside. I told myself it was just the forest, nothing more. That's when I first heard the footsteps. They were soft, slow, deliberate, and coming from just outside the cabin. I froze, heart pounding. The wind had died down a little, making the steps easier to hear. They moved along the edge of the clearing, circling the cabin slowly. I could hear the crunch of dry leaves and twigs, the slight scuff of boots on dirt. I stayed still, breathing quietly, trying to tell myself it was probably a hiker or hunter. But it wasn't hunting season, and the nearest town was miles away. Who else would be out here this late? And why circle the cabin like that? I wanted to call out to ask who it was, but I was too scared. I slipped out of bed quietly and grabbed the heavy flashlight I had brought, the kind with a strong beam and a wrist strap. I crept to the window and peeked through the curtain. There was nothing but shadows and trees. The footsteps had stopped. I waited, straining to listen, but all I heard was the steady rustling of leaves. Maybe whoever it was had moved on. I eased back into bed but didn't sleep well. Every noise made me tense up. Branches breaking, the wind shifting, the creak of the cabin settling. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination. The next day, I checked the outside of the cabin carefully. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I found footprints in the dirt around the clearing. They were large boots, worn and heavy. The prints circled the cabin, exactly where I had heard the steps. I traced the path, following the prints into the forest, but they disappeared after about 50 feet. I didn't see anyone else all day. The woods were silent and still, and the only signs of life were birds and squirrels. But the footprints stayed in my mind. At night, the footsteps returned, and this time they were closer. Not just around the cabin, but right outside the door. I could hear the faint scrape of something being dragged, soft knocks, and the quiet tap of fingers against wood. I gripped the flashlight tighter and sat up in bed, waiting. Hours passed. The sounds finally stopped sometime after midnight. The next morning, I noticed scratches on the cabin door, long thin marks like something had scraped the wood with claws or a sharp object. They were fresh, the wood still light where the scratches had cut through the old paint. Fear started to settle in, slow and heavy like a weight on my chest. I wanted to leave, but the nearest gas station was over 20 miles away, and I didn't want to drive on those roads at night. I told myself to stay calm, to be smart. I checked the locks on all the windows and doors and made sure the firewood was stacked near the cabin entrance where I could reach it. I prepared for the night again, building the fire higher and keeping the flashlight and a knife within reach. That night, the footsteps were louder, more confident. They circled the cabin repeatedly. I heard heavy breathing and low muttering, too quiet to make out words, but clear enough to know someone was there. My heart hammered in my chest as the sounds stopped near the back window. I held my breath, shining the flashlight into the darkness, but saw nothing but black. The next morning, I found a rock on the porch, heavy and rough. Someone had thrown it through the back window, shattering the glass. The shards glittered in the weak sunlight, and the frame was splintered. I called the police from my cell phone, which barely had a signal. The officer who arrived told me there had been recent reports of break-ins and vandalism in the area, but no suspects. They told me to stay somewhere safer if I could. I didn't want to leave. This cabin was mine for the week, a chance to be alone and find peace. But I also knew I couldn't stay if someone was out there watching, trying to get inside. I stayed for one more night. I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire, keeping a knife and flashlight close, listening to every sound. Around midnight, the footsteps returned, slow and heavy, circling the cabin as always. Then I heard a faint scraping on the roof. I grabbed a long piece of firewood and stepped outside into the cold night. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and the forest was thick with shadows. I swung the wood at the trees, shouting into the dark, hoping to scare whoever was out there. There was no answer, only silence. I stayed outside for a few minutes longer, then went back inside and locked every door and window again. I stayed awake until dawn, watching the fire burn low. In the morning, I packed quickly. I didn't want to stay any longer. I drove away, eyes on the road, heart pounding every time I thought about the footsteps and the scratches. It wasn't a ghost or a spirit. It was a person. Someone who knew the area, someone watching, someone dangerous. I never saw them clearly, but I knew they were there. Back in the city, I kept the knife from the cabin and never returned. The memory of that week stayed with me. The cold nights, the footsteps outside, the fear that crept in like a slow poison. I learned that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or legends. Sometimes they're real people hidden in the woods waiting and watching. I don't go camping alone anymore. It was late October when I decided to take a solo trip up to a small cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I had rented the place through a small online listing that looked old and barely used. That was exactly what I wanted. Something quiet, isolated, no cell signal, no people around. Just a break from everything. Work had been wearing me down, and I was tired of hearing the constant hum of traffic, neighbors, and the city. I needed peace. The drive took almost 12 hours, most of it spent weaving through rural highways and empty two-lane roads. The further north I got, the fewer signs of life I saw. Gas stations turned into old general stores. Billboards disappeared. The trees changed. Two tall, dark pines crowded the roadsides, leaning over the shoulders of the road like they were watching. I only saw 3 other cars the last 2 hours of the drive. When I pulled into the gravel driveway, it was already starting to get dark. The cabin sat about 50 yards back from the edge of a small lake. It was old and made of real logs, not the fake ones people use now. The roof was steep and metal, the kind that would make loud plinks when it rained. There were 3 steps leading up to a covered porch which wrapped around the left side. I turned off my engine and just sat for a minute, listening. It was dead quiet except for the wind moving through the trees. Not a single bird or cricket. Just wind. I got out and unloaded my stuff quickly. Just a backpack with some clothes, a small cooler of food, my sleeping bag, and a few books. I didn't bring much. The cabin had no electricity, just a wood stove for heat and some propane lanterns for light. That was part of the appeal. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and dust. The floorboards creaked a little when I walked. The place was small. One big room with a wood stove in the middle, a table with 2 chairs, and a bed tucked in the back corner under a small window. The kitchen was just a counter with an old hand pump for water and a propane stove that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I lit one of the lanterns and got a fire going in the stove. Took some work. The matches were damp and the wood was old, but I managed to get it started. Once the fire caught, the place warmed up fast. I ate a sandwich I brought and sat in the chair by the stove, staring into the flames. Felt good, peaceful. That night, I went to bed early. I could hear the wind outside and some branches tapping against the cabin walls. But that was it. No traffic, no voices, nothing. I slept hard, but woke up around 3 in the morning needing to pee. I stepped outside with a flashlight. It was colder than I expected, and a thin mist had rolled in off the lake. I did what I needed to do and was about to head back in when I heard a sound. It wasn't loud, just a crack of something stepping on a stick, but it was close. I froze. I swept the flashlight over the trees, the bushes near the cabin, the driveway. Nothing. I told myself it was a deer and went back inside, locking the door behind me. But I didn't fall back asleep for a while. The next day, I explored the area a little. There was a trail that led around the lake and up into the hills. I followed it for a couple miles before turning back. I saw some animal tracks in the mud. Deer, maybe coyote, but nothing fresh. Back at the cabin, I made some coffee on the propane stove, sat on the porch and just watched the lake. The sun came and went behind clouds. A few leaves fell from the trees, floating down like feathers. I stayed like that for hours. That second night, I stayed up later. I kept the lantern on and read one of the books I brought. I had almost forgotten about the sound from the night before. Around 10, I went out to bring in more wood. That's when I noticed something weird. There were prints near the side of the cabin. Footprints. Not boots or shoes, but bare feet. I bent down with the flashlight and looked closer. The prints were narrow and long, toes splayed wide. They came out of the woods, stopped by the corner of the cabin, then disappeared around the back. I followed them, heart pounding. They ended near the back window. Then nothing. No return tracks. No scuffs. Just gone. I went back inside fast and locked the door. I double-checked the windows and put more wood in the stove. I sat in the chair, listening, but I didn't hear anything. I told myself it was probably just old tracks from before I got there. Maybe someone came by during the summer and walked around barefoot. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The next day was colder. I didn't go far. I stayed near the cabin, chopping some wood, reading, and trying to convince myself everything was fine. But something felt off. The woods were too quiet. I kept glancing at the tree line, expecting to see someone standing there. But it was always empty. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up, thinking I heard movement outside. At one point, I was sure I heard something scrape against the wall. Not an animal. Something slower. I stayed still and didn't move until morning. On the fourth day, I made up my mind to leave early. I packed most of my stuff, leaving just a few things out for the night. I planned to leave at first light. But that afternoon, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Near the front porch, behind one of the support beams, I found a small piece of fabric. It was torn and dirty, but clearly from a shirt. And next to it was something worse. A bit of old rope, frayed at the end, like it had been cut. I didn't know what to make of it, but it filled me with panic. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair with the lantern on and a hatchet beside me. I kept the fire low so the light wouldn't shine through the windows as much. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something again. A soft knock on the back wall. Then silence. A minute later, the sound of leaves crunching. Something or someone was walking around the cabin. I didn't move. I just listened. The footsteps circled the cabin slowly, then stopped. I held my breath. For a long time, there was nothing. Then, just before dawn, I heard them again, this time moving away. I waited until the sun was fully up before I moved. I grabbed my stuff, threw it in the car, and left without looking back. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway. Once I had cell signal, I called the local sheriff's office and told them what happened. They said they'd send someone to check it out. A week later, they called me back. They said they found more footprints, more fabric, and signs that someone had been living in the woods nearby. They thought it might be a squatter, someone who had been out there a long time. Maybe dangerous, maybe just trying to survive. Either way, I had stumbled into their territory without knowing it. I haven't gone back since. I still think about it sometimes. Those long, narrow prints, the sound of footsteps in the night, the fabric near the porch. It wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't something from a movie. It was real. And that's what makes it worse. Now when I need peace and quiet, I stick to places with neighbors nearby. I don't need total silence anymore. A little noise is comforting. A little noise means I'm not alone. I needed a break from my everyday life. Things had been weighing on me hard. My job had turned into a pressure cooker. I worked from home doing tech support, but it seemed like I was never off the clock. My phone buzzed constantly, emails never stopped. I barely slept. Even when I did, it wasn't the kind of sleep that fixed anything. I needed silence. I needed to be somewhere off-grid, far away from everything, where I could breathe. I started looking at places in the middle of nowhere, and I found this small, isolated cabin for rent up in northern Minnesota, not too far from the Canadian border. It was cheap and it looked decent in the photos. It was tucked deep in the woods. No neighbors, no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, just a solar panel for basic power and a small wood stove for heat. I didn't even think twice. I booked it for 2 weeks in October. I packed up my SUV with groceries, water jugs, a few good books, my hunting knife, some warm clothes, and drove the 10 hours north. It was late afternoon when I finally turned off the main highway onto a winding gravel road. The road stretched for miles through dense pine and birch forest. My tires kicked up dust as I passed stretches of moss-covered ground, patches of yellowing leaves, and the occasional deer darting between trees. Eventually, I found the old hand-painted sign with the cabin's name, Pine Hollow. I turned onto a narrow path barely wide enough for my SUV. It was more of a trail than a road, and I had to drive slow to keep from hitting large rocks and fallen branches. After about another mile, the trees finally opened up to reveal a clearing with the cabin sitting in the middle. It was smaller than I expected, with dark wooden walls and a rusted tin roof. There was a shed off to the side, and behind the cabin was a small creek with a wooden bridge crossing it. The whole place was surrounded by thick forest on all sides. I stepped out of the SUV and stretched. The air was sharp and cool, and it smelled like pine and earth. There were no sounds, no traffic, no voices, no phone buzzes, just wind in the trees. It was perfect. Inside, the cabin was basic but clean. A small wood stove sat in one corner, a table and 2 chairs near the window, a simple bed in the back, and shelves lined with firewood and candles. The only light came from a single solar-powered lantern and a couple of battery-powered lamps. There was no fridge, so I had brought a big cooler packed with ice. There was a hand pump outside for water. I spent the first couple days just relaxing. I read, took walks, built fires, cooked simple meals, and sat on the porch drinking coffee. The days were short, and the nights got cold quickly, but I had plenty of layers and a thick sleeping bag. I felt like I could finally breathe again. By the 4th day, I noticed something that gave me a strange feeling. It was nothing big, just little things. I had left my hunting knife on the table one night and found it back in its sheath on the shelf the next morning. I assumed I must have done it and forgot. Another night, I thought I heard something walking behind the cabin after I went to bed, but I chalked it up to a deer or raccoon. But by the end of the week, the little things were adding up. I found one of my food cans missing from the cooler. I found footprints near the creek that weren't mine. They were big work boots, it looked like, and I hadn't seen anyone for miles. The footprints circled the cabin and disappeared into the woods. I walked the tree line and called out, but of course nobody answered. I didn't hear a thing. The forest felt thick and still. I told myself maybe a hunter had wandered through. It wasn't hunting season yet, but maybe someone was scoping for deer. Still, I kept my knife on me after that. A couple nights later, I was in bed when I heard a loud thump on the porch. I sat up instantly, heart pounding. I stayed still, listening. There was another sound, something like a step, then nothing. I grabbed the lantern, got up slowly, and opened the front door. The porch was empty. The trees looked like dark walls in the lantern light, unmoving. I walked around the cabin, but I didn't see anyone. The next morning, I found a pile of small rocks stacked neatly on the porch railing. I hadn't put them there. I looked around again. No fresh tracks this time. I was starting to feel like I wasn't alone out here. On the 10th day, things escalated. I had gone for a long walk through the woods, following the creek for a few miles. When I got back, the cabin door was wide open. I froze. I didn't remember leaving it like that. I walked inside slowly, knife in hand. Nothing looked disturbed. But then I noticed the firewood I had stacked near the stove was scattered across the floor. I checked my supplies. A few more food items were gone. Can opener, one of my backup flashlights. I walked the whole property and called out again, but no one answered. Still, I felt watched. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the lantern on and stayed awake in the bed, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard something again, a soft creak of wood. Then another. I sat up and held my breath. The sound was coming from the porch. I moved silently and peeked through the small window. I couldn't see anything. The lantern cast too much glare on the glass. I killed the light and let my eyes adjust. After a minute, I saw movement. A figure. A man standing just beyond the edge of the porch in the trees. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there, half hidden behind a trunk, watching. My blood turned cold. I didn't move. I just stared. After a few minutes, he turned and disappeared into the woods. I waited until sunrise before stepping outside. There were no tracks that I could see, but the leaves had fallen overnight, covering everything. I didn't have cell service to call anyone. There was no landline. I couldn't leave right away either. My SUV battery had been acting up, and I hadn't started it in days. I got in, turned the key, and nothing. Dead. I opened the hood and checked the cables, but I didn't know much about engines. I cursed myself for not running it daily like I usually did. That afternoon, I gathered what I could, packed a bag with food, water, and my knife, and made the decision to hike out. The nearest town was over 10 miles away, and I had no idea if the man would come back. I marked the cabin on my paper map and took the trail back down the rough road I had come in on. I hiked until dusk. I hadn't seen anyone, and I didn't want to keep going in the dark. I found a spot near a large rock outcrop and made a small camp. I didn't sleep much. Every sound in the woods made me freeze. The next morning, I kept walking. Around noon, I finally reached the main road. A truck passed by after about 20 minutes, and I flagged it down. The driver, an older guy in flannel, gave me a strange look when I explained what happened, but he agreed to take me to the sheriff's office in town. I filed a report. They drove back with me to the cabin, jumped the SUV, and took photos. But there wasn't much they could do. Nothing had been stolen of real value, and I hadn't seen the man clearly enough to describe him. I packed up everything and left that day. Back home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The footprints, the stacked rocks, the missing food, the man in the trees. About a month later, I got a call from the sheriff. They said a hunter had reported someone living in the woods a few miles from Pine Hollow. When they investigated, they found a makeshift camp in an old hunting blind. Inside were stolen supplies from different cabins in the area, including my missing flashlight and some of my food cans. They never found the man, but the sheriff said they believed he'd been squatting out there for at least a year, maybe longer, probably mentally ill or trying to stay off the grid. It shook me. I had been out there, completely alone, with some stranger watching me, sneaking into the cabin, walking the porch. He could have done anything, and I'd never even heard him most of the time. I haven't gone back to the woods since then. I still think about that trip a lot. Part of me misses the quiet, the fresh air, the escape. But the other part remembers those long, cold nights, the open door, the man in the trees. And I know I'll never go back to a cabin alone again. I had just turned 34 when I decided to take a solo trip up into the mountains. I'd gone through a rough patch, burnout from work, a breakup that drained the life out of me, and some lingering issues with anxiety that had gotten worse over the last few years. I figured I needed space, real space. Not a weekend at the beach, not a hike at the local park. I wanted quiet. No phone, no people, just me and nature. I rented a remote cabin in the Rockies through a guy my old coworker knew. It wasn't listed online, just an old place someone's grandfather had built decades ago. A single room with a wood stove, a hand pump for water, and no electricity. It sat above the tree line up in the high country at least 8,000 feet in elevation. The only way to get to it was by hiking a 5-mile trail that switchbacked through dense forest, then opened into rocky alpine terrain. The guy gave me a topo map, a key, and a printed list of instructions for using the stove, water pump, and outhouse. Sounded perfect. I drove up the next weekend with a duffel bag of supplies, mostly canned food, protein bars, coffee, and dry snacks. I brought a small solar lantern, a portable stove, a hatchet, a map, a knife, and a new pair of hiking boots I'd barely broken in. I packed light because the hike was steep, and I had to carry everything on my back. The first part of the trail was uneventful. Just tall pines and scattered patches of snow along the edges of the trail. I left around 10 in the morning. The sun was bright but low in the sky, casting long shadows across the path. I passed a frozen creek and a couple of thick, downed trees that looked like they'd been hit by lightning. After the second mile, the trees started to thin, and patches of snow covered more of the ground. My lungs were burning a little from the elevation, and my legs were starting to feel the weight of my pack. Around the fourth mile, the forest opened wide, and the trail turned rocky. The wind was colder there. It came through the cracks in the hills like it had somewhere to be. I could see the outline of the cabin in the distance, sitting against a backdrop of pale rock and low shrubs that had turned orange and red with the late fall season. There were no sounds, just wind and my boots crunching gravel. The cabin was smaller than I expected. One window, a thick wooden door, metal chimney poking out the side. The wood was dark with age, and the whole thing looked like it had been standing against storms for 100 years. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell of dry wood and cold air hit me. There was a small bed with a wool blanket, a folding table, and a heavy cast iron stove near the back wall. A bundle of firewood was stacked in a crate by the door. Everything was dusty, but not in a bad way. It felt clean in that quiet, untouched sort of way. I dropped my pack, checked the stove and the pump, then walked back outside to take a better look at the land around me. The view stretched out for miles. I could see low ridges and valleys below, spotted with patches of pine and leafless aspen groves. No buildings, no roads, no people. Just wind and rock. I stayed out there until the sun dipped low, then went back inside and lit a fire. I cooked a can of chili over my small stove, ate it straight from the pot, then crawled into the bed fully clothed. The cold crept in from the corners of the cabin, even with the fire going, so I wrapped the wool blanket tight around me. That first night, I slept hard. The next morning, I woke to a heavy stillness. No wind, no birds, nothing, just silence. It was cold enough to see my breath. I stepped outside to use the outhouse and noticed new tracks in the snow. Not animal tracks, boot prints, just one set, heading toward the edge of the ridge behind the cabin. They weren't mine. I had entered from the opposite side, and my prints were still there, frozen and shallow from the day before. These prints were fresh. I followed them to the edge of the ridge. The snow there was thin, mixed with patches of rock and dry weeds. The prints stopped at a small ledge where the slope dropped steeply into a basin. There was no place for them to go after that. It looked like the person either jumped, fell, or somehow turned around without leaving a return trail. But there were no return prints, just an ending at the ledge. I stood there for a long time, staring at that empty space beyond the last footprint. Then I scanned the basin below, but there was nothing but dead brush and rock. No signs of a person or animal. I walked back to the cabin with my heart beating a little faster than usual. The rest of that day felt off. I couldn't explain it. I didn't hear anything weird or see anyone else, but the quiet had changed. It was heavier, like the air was pressing in around me. I tried to shake it off. I cooked breakfast, read through a book I brought, then took a long walk along a nearby ridge, taking photos and trying to focus on the landscape. Still, every time the wind stopped, I found myself listening too hard, like I was expecting to hear something human, a voice, a cough, even footsteps, but there was nothing. That night, I double-checked the lock on the door. I stacked firewood inside, made another fire, and sat by the stove for a long time. I didn't feel sleepy even though I was tired. I just kept listening to the wind. At one point, I heard what I thought was a knock, but it was probably the wood shifting in the fire or the wind pushing against the outside wall. Still, I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I woke up to another set of prints. This time, they were just outside the cabin door. They didn't lead anywhere, just 5 or 6 prints in a tight circle, as if someone had stood there for a while. No trail to or from the spot. I looked around, scanned the area in every direction. The snow was soft in places, and the prints were sharp. Whoever made them came at night and stood right outside the door. I didn't go on a hike that day. I stayed close to the cabin, chopped some wood with the dull hatchet, cleared snow from the edge of the roof, and kept checking the ridge line. I didn't want to admit I was scared, but something wasn't right. The silence was starting to feel like a trap. On the fourth night, I kept the fire going late and stayed awake in bed, listening. Around 2 in the morning, I heard what sounded like footsteps on the rocky path behind the cabin. Slow, deliberate steps. Crunch, pause. Crunch, pause. I sat up, heart pounding. The steps stopped just outside the back wall, near where the pump was. I didn't hear anything else for a long time. Then came the sound of the pump handle moving. Once, twice, then nothing. I stayed frozen in the bed for what felt like an hour. I didn't have a weapon, just a knife and a dull hatchet. The fire was low. I wanted to look out the window, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep sitting up because I woke to the sound of birds outside. The first birds I'd heard in days. I stepped outside with the knife in my hand and checked around the pump. More prints. Same boot shape. Deep. Closed together like the person had stood in place for a long time. The pump handle was frozen again. The prints led away from the cabin this time, toward the rocky ridge. I followed them as far as I could, but they faded near the rocks. Again, no return prints. By then, I'd had enough. I packed what I could and decided to leave that afternoon. I'd planned to stay a week, but I couldn't relax. Not with someone coming around at night, not with the feeling that I wasn't alone out there. The trail back was steep, but the snow was light and dry. I made good time down the first few miles, keeping an eye behind me every so often. About halfway down, I noticed a broken tree limb on the trail that hadn't been there before. It was thick, freshly broken, and it looked like someone had stepped on it. A few feet ahead, I found a set of prints leading off the trail into the woods. I don't know why I followed them. Maybe I thought I'd finally get a glimpse of whoever had been coming around. Maybe I wanted proof that I wasn't imagining all of it. I moved slow, listening for branches, scanning between the trees. The prints led about 50 yards into the woods and stopped near a small clearing where the snow was patchy. There was something buried under a thin layer of snow and leaves. I brushed it aside and saw a torn jacket. Then another piece fabric, maybe from a tent. Some old food wrappers. A boot. Just one. It looked like someone had lived there, maybe camped for a long time and left in a hurry. Or maybe not at all. There were no people, no blood, just debris. But the weirdest part was how old everything looked. Faded, weathered, torn from exposure. I backed out and returned to the trail without touching anything else. My nerves were shot by the time I reached the bottom. I got to my truck, loaded my gear fast, and left without looking back. The road down the mountain felt longer than the hike up. I never reported what I saw. I didn't want to explain it, not to anyone. I told people I cut the trip short because of the weather. That was easier. But even now, months later, I can't forget the sound of the pump moving at night, or those boot prints circling the cabin. I keep thinking about that makeshift camp in the woods, how the stuff looked like it had been sitting there for years. I rented a cabin deep in the woods of northern Wisconsin last fall. I'd been working nonstop for nearly a year. My sleep was crap, I had constant headaches, and I couldn't focus on anything longer than 5 minutes. I needed to get away from my phone, my laptop, people in general. I didn't want to hear traffic or see another email notification. I just wanted to sit on a porch, breathe cold air, and let my brain slow down. The place I found was a small single-bedroom cabin at the edge of a private lake. The owners lived a few miles away and didn't seem interested in checking in, which I liked. The cabin had no internet or TV. There was barely a signal for calls. Perfect. Just me, some books, and the sound of the trees. The first day was peaceful. I drove down a long gravel road that wound through dense pine woods until I reached a clearing. The cabin was small and simple, built with pale wood, with a dark green tin roof and a wide porch that faced the lake. The lake itself was long, narrow, and still, glass-like, There were no other cabins right next to mine, but on the far side, maybe a quarter mile across the water, I could see the roof of another place tucked into the trees. It looked older and slightly run down from what I could see, but it wasn't abandoned. A small dock extended out into the water in front of it, and there was a red canoe tied to it. I unpacked, started a fire in the wood stove, made myself a simple dinner, and sat out on the porch watching the lake darken. As the sun dipped behind the trees, the sky turned purple, then navy, then black. The stars came out, and they were bright and sharp without all the city haze. I sat there for hours, just breathing. The next morning, I woke up early, around 6. I made coffee and took a walk along the edge of the lake. It was cold, maybe in the 40s, but I liked it. Everything smelled like pine and damp leaves. There was frost on the grass near the shoreline. I didn't see any wildlife, but I did hear a few birds and the splash of something small dropping into the water. I brought a couple chairs down to the little fire pit near the lake and set up a space for later. After lunch, I read for a few hours, dozed off for a bit, then gathered wood and made a small fire near the water as the sky darkened again. It was the most relaxed I'd felt in years. That's when I first saw him. It was just after sundown. The fire was going, and I was poking at it with a stick. I looked up and across the water toward the other cabin and saw a figure on the dock. A man. He was standing there, still, facing my direction. I squinted, trying to make out details. He was too far away to see clearly, but I could tell he was wearing dark clothes. I couldn't see his face. He just stood there, not moving. I watched for a few seconds, thinking maybe he was watching the water. But then he turned slowly and walked back toward the cabin and disappeared into the trees. I didn't think too much of it at first. People go to cabins to relax. Maybe he was doing what I was doing, unplugging. Maybe he liked being outside at dusk. It wasn't strange, not really. But the next night, he was there again. Same time, same spot. He walked out to the edge of his dock and just stood there. This time, he stood there longer, maybe 5 minutes. Again, he faced in my direction, like he was looking at me. Or maybe not. Maybe he was just looking at the fire. Felt strange, though. Too still. He didn't shift or look down or glance around. He stood like a statue. Then, just like the night before, he turned and walked back into the trees. That's when I started to feel it. That tickling, crawling sense on the back of your neck, like something's wrong. Like you're being watched. I shook it off and told myself I was being paranoid. Just a guy. Just another cabin. Nothing to it. On the third night, he came back again. Same exact routine. But this time, he stayed longer. 10, maybe 15 minutes. Still as stone. I didn't build a fire that night. I sat on the porch in the dark, wrapped in a blanket, just watching. He showed up anyway. No fire to draw his attention. No sound. Just me sitting there in the dark, and him standing at the edge of his dock, staring in silence. I went inside and locked the door. By morning, I had almost convinced myself I imagined the whole thing. Maybe he was just doing the same thing every night, like me, sitting with his thoughts. Maybe we'd both chosen the exact same weird decompression ritual. But it still didn't feel right. I couldn't explain why, but it didn't. The fourth day, I went into town. It was about 30 minutes away. A small place with a general store, a gas station, and a diner. I bought more firewood, a pack of batteries, and a flashlight. I also asked the woman behind the counter if she knew anything about the lake. She said she'd grown up there. I asked her how many people lived out there full-time. She said none. I asked about the cabin across from mine. She hesitated, said there used to be a guy who stayed there in the summers, but she hadn't seen him in years. I asked what his name was. She frowned. Don't remember. Think he was from out of state. Didn't talk much. That was it. No details. Nothing useful. Just a shrug and a vague memory. I drove back to the cabin slowly. When I pulled in, I checked the trees across the lake. Nothing. The red canoe was still there. No movement near the dock. That night, I didn't go outside. I stayed in the cabin with the lights off and watched through the window. Right on cue, he came out. Same dark shape. Same stillness. Same direction. He wasn't fishing. He wasn't smoking. He wasn't stargazing. He was just standing there, looking. I didn't sleep well. Every little creak made me sit up. Every gust of wind made me look toward the window. I had my flashlight next to the bed. At some point, I fell asleep with it in my hand. The next morning, I was jumpy. I checked all the windows first thing, walked the perimeter. I even crossed the dirt road behind the cabin and went into the trees a bit to make sure no one had been walking around behind the place. Nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that something was off. I debated leaving early, but part of me didn't want to give up the peace and quiet. The days were fine. It was only the nights that were starting to feel wrong. That afternoon, I brought the canoe down to the water. I figured maybe if I rowed around a bit, I could see more of the shoreline. Maybe even get a better look at the other cabin. I stayed close to the edge at first, paddling slowly. The water was cold and dark, but calm. I followed the edge of the lake around until I was maybe halfway across, directly in line with the other dock. I stopped paddling and just drifted, letting the boat glide. The other cabin was clearer now. It was older than mine and in worse shape. The roof had some moss growing on it. The windows were dusty. I couldn't tell if anyone had been inside recently. The dock looked sturdy enough, but weathered. The red canoe was still tied there. There was no sign of anyone. I drifted a bit closer, not enough to cross any invisible line of privacy, just enough to see better. That's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Camera. A long, black camera lens, poking out from behind one of the upstairs windows, pointed straight at my cabin. Not wildlife photography, not nature watching, pointed directly. My cabin. I turned the canoe hard and paddled back, fast. My arms burned and I was breathing heavy by the time I hit the shore. I dragged the canoe halfway onto the grass and hurried up to the porch. I didn't go outside that night. I locked the doors, pulled the curtains, and kept the flashlight close. I sat there in the dark, thinking, this wasn't normal. This wasn't some guy enjoying the outdoors. He had a camera pointed at me. That wasn't okay. Still, part of me didn't want to call anyone. I felt like maybe I was overreacting. Maybe he was just watching birds or something. Maybe he didn't know anyone else was staying here. Maybe the camera wasn't even real. But I didn't sleep. I just sat up, staring at the window. The next morning, I made a decision. I was gonna pack up and leave. I started early. By 8, I had most of my stuff in the car. I came back in to grab my phone charger and heard something outside. A splash. I looked out the front window. The red canoe. It was halfway across the lake. No one was in it. I stepped outside and scanned the shoreline across the lake. No movement. No sign of the man. But the canoe kept drifting toward my side. I stood there frozen, watching it float closer and closer. When it reached the shallows near my dock, it bumped gently against the wood. I walked down to it, slow, every nerve tight. Inside the canoe was a single object. Camera. The same one I'd seen in the window. Same long lens. It was resting on the seat. No note. Nothing else. I didn't touch it. I went back to the cabin, grabbed the rest of my stuff, locked the door behind me, and drove away without looking back. I called the owners once I was back in range, told them what happened. They didn't seem surprised, said they'd check into it. I never heard back. A week later, I saw a news story online. A body had been found. I had just turned 35 that September and had finally taken some time off work. I'd been working construction for nearly a decade straight without more than a few days off at a time, and my knees and back reminded me of that every morning. The company had just wrapped up a big commercial build in southern Indiana, and we had a few weeks before the next project in Michigan began. So I decided I'd take a little break. A real break, no phones, no cities, no emails. Just me, the woods, and a cheap cabin I found online. The listing said it was a private rental, small, one-bedroom, nothing fancy. It was a 30-minute drive from the nearest gas station and sat on a slope deep in the Hoosier National Forest. The photos made it look charming in a rough sort of way. Just wood and tin and a fire ring. It had electricity, running water, and a wood stove. That was enough for me. I packed my truck the night before. Food, a cooler of drinks, boots, thick socks, hunting knife, emergency supplies, and a new paperback I hadn't had time to start. I didn't tell many people where I was going. My parents knew I'd be somewhere south, and a buddy of mine had a general idea in case anything went wrong. But I wasn't expecting any issues. The drive took about 4 hours. As I left the last small town behind, the 2-lane road narrowed and started to wind more, cutting through thick forest. I passed maybe 2 cars over the final hour. The GPS gave up completely at some point, so I followed the printed directions the owner had emailed me. Eventually, I turned onto a narrow gravel road with grass growing between the tire ruts. A rusted metal sign read Green Ridge Road. It didn't look like any sort of maintained public road. It was quiet, not just rural quiet, but deep woods quiet. That sort of silence where you hear the trees creak and every squirrel sounds like a bear. I passed a couple of beat-up mailboxes, maybe a few homes tucked deeper in the woods, but I never saw them. After about 15 minutes, I came up on the clearing. The cabin was smaller than I expected, maybe 20 by 25 feet, made of old pine boards gone gray from years in the weather. It had a metal roof and a narrow porch with 2 rocking chairs that looked like they hadn't rocked in years. One was missing a slat in the backrest. I parked by a stump and sat in the truck a few minutes before getting out. The sun was still high, but there was a heaviness to the place. It was still warm for fall, mid-60s, but the cabin looked cold even in sunlight. Inside, it was simple. Small bed against the wall, little kitchen with a propane stove, tiny table with 2 chairs, and a wood stove in the corner with a stack of logs beside it. The floorboards were warped, and it smelled like damp pine and old dust. Still, it was quiet, peaceful. I told myself this was exactly what I needed. The first night passed without anything strange. I built a fire outside, grilled a hot dog, and sat with a beer while the trees whispered in the wind. I slept well that night, wrapped in a thick blanket, with the sound of crickets just outside the cracked window. That part was nice. I felt far away from everything. The second day, I explored a bit. There was a creek about a 1/4 mile downhill and some old deer trails leading into the trees. I saw signs of raccoons, deer scat, and once heard a barred owl calling in the distance. I saw no other people. The air felt different, heavier maybe, or just quieter than I was used to. But that was the point. I cooked some eggs on the propane stove, read a few chapters of my book, and stacked more wood by the fire ring. No cell signal, no distractions. That night, though, I started to notice things. Small things at first. While I sat by the fire, I kept thinking I heard someone walking in the trees. Not footsteps, exactly, but that soft crunch of something moving over dead leaves. It stopped when I stood or looked around. At first, I figured it was a deer or maybe a raccoon, but it kept happening. Every few minutes. Not close, just out there. It was dark by then, and I didn't want to go looking for animals in the woods, so I went inside and locked the door. The door had a simple slide bolt, no deadbolt, and the window by the bed didn't have a curtain, just a torn screen. I lay in bed listening to the wind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. Not something, someone. But I hadn't seen a single soul since I arrived. Sometime after midnight, I woke up cold. The wood stove had gone out. I put on a hoodie and got up to restart it. That's when I noticed the rocking chair outside was facing a different direction. I was sure I'd left it facing the fire ring. Now it was turned slightly toward the cabin. It might have been the wind, but something about it made my stomach twist. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. The next morning, I walked the perimeter. Nothing looked out of place. No footprints, no trash, no signs that anyone had been around. Still, I couldn't shake that feeling of being watched. I was jumpy the whole day, checking behind me more than I should have. I told myself I was just out of my element. I was used to the noise of trucks, job sites, other people. Maybe being truly alone was getting to me. But then I found the tracks. That afternoon, I walked the old trail behind the cabin that led down to the creek again. About halfway down, I saw them. Boot prints. Not mine. I wore thick-soled work boots. These were different, narrower, lighter tread. They were pressed into a muddy patch just off the trail. They were heading toward the cabin. I followed them for a while, heart beating faster, but they disappeared into dry leaves before I could figure out where they came from. I looked around but saw nothing. Back at the cabin, I checked my truck. No signs it had been touched. The doors were still locked. But that night, I moved the table and chairs in front of the door. I loaded my knife and flashlight beside the bed and kept my boots on. I was on edge, barely breathing, ears tuned to every sound. Around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps. Not animals, not branches. I know what people sound like when they're trying to move quietly. These were slow, careful steps circling the cabin. I lay completely still, barely blinking. Whoever it was didn't knock, didn't try the door, just walked, around and around. I couldn't see out the window without giving myself away, so I just listened. At one point, I swear they stopped right outside the window. I didn't move. I waited. Eventually, the steps faded. I stayed awake until dawn. That morning, I found more boot prints near the fire ring. Fresh ones, same tread as before. They circled the cabin and vanished back into the trees. I packed my things, ready to leave, but my truck wouldn't start. The battery was dead. It was a new battery just replaced 3 months before. I popped the hood and checked the terminals. Everything was tight.
No corrosión.
No reason for it to be dead. I tried again. Nothing. Not even a click. It made no sense. I stood there a long time, the whole clearing quiet around me. That feeling being watched never went away. I didn't have cell service. No landline. No way to call for help. I had 2 options. Wait for someone to drive by, which might not happen for days, or hike out the way I came and hope I found help. I decided to wait one more night. I wasn't in danger, not yet. I had food, water, and weapons. Maybe things would look different in the morning. I tried to calm myself down. That evening, I started a big fire and kept it going well into the night. I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire with my knife in one hand and flashlight in the other. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps again, this time closer, slower. I stood up, heart pounding, scanning the woods with the light. I saw nothing, but I knew someone was there. I could feel it. I shouted out even though I didn't want to give away my fear. No response, just silence. Then a loud crack came from the trees, a branch snapping, heavy, then nothing again. I went inside and bolted the door. I stayed awake until the sun came up. First light couldn't come fast enough. By morning, I had made my decision. I packed everything I could carry and left the rest behind. I walked 5 miles out to the main road. I didn't see a single car until almost noon. A couple in a minivan picked me up and drove me to the nearest gas station, where I called a tow truck. When we got back to the cabin, the tow truck driver asked if I'd left the door open. I hadn't, but the door was wide open. Everything was turned over inside. The table flipped, the mattress half off the frame, food wrappers on the floor. Someone had been inside. The driver didn't say much, just helped me load my truck after he jumped it. Started right up with his battery pack. No explanation. I drove straight home. I didn't report it to the police. What could I say? That someone walked around my cabin in the night? That my battery died for no reason? That someone broke in but didn't steal anything? They'd shrug it off. But I know what happened. Someone was watching me. Someone who knew that place. Maybe they lived nearby. Maybe they just liked messing with people. But they were patient, quiet, waiting. I've thought about it every night since. What if I had stayed one more day? I was looking for a break from everything. From people, from screens, from the noise of everyday life. I had time off work, and I didn't want to waste it sitting at home watching TV or scrolling on my phone. I wanted to get out somewhere quiet. I didn't want to camp exactly, because I still wanted a roof and walls. I found a small cabin listing online. It was cheap, basic, and far from everything. That was what I wanted. It was in a thick forest in the upper part of Michigan. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, no neighbors close by. Just a plain wooden cabin and the woods. The drive there was long and dull until I turned onto a rough dirt road that seemed to go on forever. It twisted through deep forest and climbed slightly uphill for miles. It didn't feel like the kind of road you took unless you were lost or lived there. The last 10 miles were just trees, dirt, and scattered sunlight. I passed no other cars. My GPS gave up completely. I had printed directions, luckily. When I saw the cabin, it felt like something out of a different time. One floor, dark wood, a crooked porch with 2 steps, and a tin roof. A thin line of smoke was coming out of a metal chimney, a sign someone had recently cleaned or tested the stove maybe. The key was under a fake rock by the door, just like the owner had said. The inside was simple. One main room with a wood stove, a small kitchen area with old appliances, a bed pushed against the wall, and a small table with 2 chairs. There was a door in the back that led to a tiny bathroom with just a toilet, a small sink, and a shower with a plastic curtain. No luxury, but it was what I wanted. The place smelled of old wood and dust. I opened the windows and unpacked my food, water jugs, and clothes. The first day passed quietly. I walked the trails around the cabin. They weren't marked, but they were clear enough to follow. I didn't go far. The forest was thick and looked like it went on forever. Pines, oaks, and undergrowth pressed in on all sides. Felt good though. No traffic, no voices, no buzz of electronics. Just wind in the trees and the occasional rustle in the bushes. Back at the cabin, I cooked a simple dinner on the gas stove and read a book until it got too dark to see. I lit a lantern and watched the flames for a while before going to bed. It was quiet except for the creaking of the trees outside and the occasional thump of something falling on the roof. I figured it was pine cones or small branches. The next morning I woke up early. The light outside was pale and gray. It had rained during the night. The ground was wet and the air smelled clean. I ate, then decided to explore a bit farther. I followed a trail that curved behind the cabin and down a slope. After a while, it forked. I chose the left path and kept going. I didn't bring my phone since there was no signal anyway, but I brought a small compass just in case. The trail started to fade. I kept going until it vanished completely. I turned around. Took longer to get back than it should have. At one point, I realized I was walking in circles. I stopped, calmed myself, checked the compass, and followed it back toward the general direction of the cabin. It worked, but it rattled me. I had only been walking for about 2 hours total, but it made me feel uneasy. That night, I built a fire in the stove. The heat filled the small room fast. I listened to the crackling and wrote in a small notebook I had brought. I tried not to think about how easy it was to get lost out there. As I was about to go to bed, I heard something outside, a sharp crack like a branch snapping. It was close. I froze, listened. Nothing. Then another sound, like something brushing against the side of the cabin. My stomach tightened. I turned down the stove, killed the lantern, and stood there in the dark. I waited, then silence. No more sounds. After maybe 20 minutes, I went to bed, heart still racing. I told myself it was an animal, a deer or a raccoon. The next morning was calm. I checked around the cabin. I didn't see anything strange. No tracks, no marks on the walls. I tried to shake off the nerves and spent the day reading, writing, and walking near the cabin, but not far. I didn't want to risk getting turned around again. That night, something woke me up, a sound. I wasn't sure what. I sat up and listened. The room was dark except for the faint glow from the stove. Then I heard it again, a dragging sound, not loud, but slow, like something moving over the ground. Stopped, then started again. I held my breath. It was outside. It moved from one side of the cabin to the other, then silence. I got up slowly, walked to the window, and peeked through a gap in the curtain. I couldn't see anything, just darkness. I waited a long time before I went back to bed. My sleep was shallow. Every little creak or gust of wind kept me half awake. In the morning, I looked again. I saw something strange. Near the back of the cabin, the grass looked pushed down. A trail of flattened grass and dirt that curved around the cabin, like something heavy had been dragged. My skin crawled. I followed it for a bit, but it disappeared into the woods. I couldn't explain it. It didn't look like animal tracks. It looked like someone had pulled something along the ground. I told myself again it was probably a deer or something. Maybe I was just being jumpy. I stayed near the cabin that day. My stomach was tight the whole time. I didn't feel relaxed anymore. Every sound made me turn my head. I kept thinking about that dragging noise. That night, I didn't light the stove. I stayed in the dark, listening. Around midnight, I heard it again. The same dragging sound, closer this time. Then a thump. Something hit the side of the cabin. I froze. The sound moved to the front, then stopped. I stayed in bed, not even breathing. After what felt like hours, I finally fell asleep with the lantern on. When I woke up, I checked again. There was a mark on the front wall. A long scrape, about waist high, like something rough had brushed or been pressed against the wood. That was it. I made up my mind. I was going to leave that day. I packed everything. I didn't care that I had booked it for a few more days. I loaded the car and got ready to go. Then I saw it. In the trees, just behind the cabin. A shape, human. Someone standing still, half hidden by the trees. Not moving, just standing. I couldn't make out the face. I stared, frozen. Then I got in my car and drove. Fast. I didn't look back. The road out felt even longer than before. I didn't stop until I hit the first town. I didn't report anything. I couldn't prove anything. I didn't even know what I would say. I told the cabin owner I had an emergency and had to leave. They didn't ask questions. Weeks passed. I tried not to think about it, but I kept remembering the dragging sound, the marks, the shape in the trees. I started looking up the area. That cabin had a history. Nothing criminal, but people had mentioned odd experiences in old posts. Weird noises, feeling watched. One reviewer even mentioned seeing someone in the woods and leaving early. I realized it wasn't just me. In the end, I was lucky. Nothing happened. I got out. But I think about how alone I was out there, how far from help. I still go on trips, but I'm more careful now. I never go that deep into the woods alone, and I never ignore that feeling, that tightening in your chest when something doesn't feel right. That instinct is there for a reason. It might be the only thing that keeps you safe. Started out as a way to get some time alone. I'd been working back-to-back shifts at the warehouse for months, 12 hours on 6 days a week. The overtime was good money, and I needed it, but it had started to wear me down. My eyes burned all the time. My body ached like I'd been hit by a truck every morning. My hands were always dirty, and no matter how many showers I took, I felt like the dust and grease stuck to me. So when I saw an old off-grid cabin listed for a cheap weekend rental online, I booked it without thinking twice. It was late September, just as the leaves had started turning. I wanted peace and quiet, no neighbors, no phones, no machines humming. I threw together some gear, sleeping bag, cooler full of food, flashlight, camping stove, a few tools, and loaded up the truck. The drive took about 5 hours from my place, deeper into the mountains than I'd ever been. No towns for miles. The last gas station I saw had a sign that looked like it hadn't been updated since the early 90s. The directions were clear enough, printed out since the cell service cut out an hour before I even got close. The gravel road wound through thick woods and narrowed the higher I went. I passed no cars, no people, nothing. By the time I reached the turnoff, it was late afternoon. A single wooden sign stuck in the ground read, "Trail Cabin, 2 miles." The path from there was barely wide enough for the truck. The cabin looked like it hadn't been touched in years, but that was part of the charm. A single-story log structure with a metal roof and a small porch. No electricity, no plumbing, just a wood stove, a water pump out back, and an outhouse down a little slope. I parked, stretched, and breathed in the silence. The air was cool, sharp with the smell of pine and damp earth. No traffic, no machines, just trees and sky and wind. Inside, the place was cleaner than I expected. Cobwebs in the corners, dust on the floor, but no animals had taken over. A cot in the back corner, small wooden table with a couple of chairs, a shelf with some old canned goods and tools. I unpacked, set up the sleeping bag, and lit a lantern. As night fell, the silence deepened. It was comforting at first. I cooked some soup on the camping stove and sat outside on the porch, watching the trees sway in the wind. It was around midnight when I woke up. I wasn't sure what had done it. There was no noise, no light, no reason. But I was wide awake, heart pounding. It was pitch black. I sat up and waited, thinking maybe I'd had a bad dream. I listened hard. Nothing. Just the wind brushing the trees. Still, I felt uneasy. I got up and checked the door. Locked. Walked around the cabin with a flashlight. Nothing. The next day, I shook it off. Spent the morning gathering wood and cleaning up around the cabin. I hiked a little trail I found behind the outhouse that led down to a creek. It was peaceful. That night, I fell asleep early, worn out. But again, I woke up in the middle of the night. This time, I thought I heard something. A faint creak, like a footstep on the porch. I froze, heart racing. I turned off the lantern and sat in the dark, listening. I thought I heard breathing. I stayed that way for hours, too scared to move. In the morning, I checked around the cabin. No tracks, no signs of animals or people. I figured I was just imagining things, nerves playing tricks on me. Still, I kept the hatchet close after that. I told myself I'd leave the next day, cut the weekend short. Just needed one more quiet night, get some rest, then head home. That night, the wind picked up hard. It howled through the trees, slammed against the walls. I could hear branches cracking, the roof creaking. I barely slept. Around 3 a.m., something hit the side of the cabin hard enough to shake the walls. I jumped up, grabbed the flashlight and the hatchet. I opened the door and swept the light around. Nothing, but the side of the cabin had fresh scratches, long and deep. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I packed my stuff as fast as I could. But when I got to the truck, I saw all 4 tires had been slashed. Deep cuts, not just flats. I stared at them for a long time, trying to understand. There was no phone service, no way to call for help. The only option was to walk back the way I came, 20 miles to the last gas station. I packed a bag with food and water, locked up the cabin, and started walking. Every step felt heavier. The woods felt different now. Not peaceful, heavy, watchful. The trees looked darker. I kept hearing noises, twigs snapping behind me, rustling in the brush. I told myself it was squirrels, birds, wind, but it felt like something was following me. After a few miles, I found a spot where the brush looked trampled. Branches broken low, like someone or something had pushed through recently. I kept going faster now. The sun was still up, but the light felt dimmer under the trees. My legs were starting to ache, and I hadn't seen any signs of people or roads. I started thinking maybe I should have stayed at the cabin. I camped that night in a small clearing. I built a fire and kept it going all night. Every time it crackled, I flinched. I didn't sleep at all. I kept hearing movement out in the dark. Not close, but not far either. The sound of something big moving slow. The next morning, I got moving at first light. My legs felt like concrete. I kept checking behind me, scanning the trees. Around noon, I finally reached the gravel road. My feet were blistered. I was out of water, but I knew the gas station couldn't be far. A truck passed a couple hours later. The driver stopped when he saw me and gave me a ride. I told him my truck had broken down, left out the rest. He dropped me at the gas station. I called a tow truck and waited, still feeling like something was watching me. They towed my truck out the next morning. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't even leave a review. I didn't report the slashed tires. What could I say? I don't know if it was some crazy local or a drifter or something else, but I've never felt fear like that before. Not the kind that crawls into your bones and stays there. I still go out to the woods sometimes, but I stay closer to home now. I don't sleep too deep, and I never go back to places that don't show up on maps. I wasn't planning to stay in a cabin that week. It all started with a solo trip I had planned for early October. I live in Michigan, and I wanted to get away from everything for a few days before the real cold hit. I'm not someone who likes cities or crowds, and I don't travel far for fun. I like silence, trees, maybe a little hiking, and that feeling you get when no one can find you. Clears my head. I found a small cabin for rent on a private listing site, about 3 hours north of where I live. The photos showed a modest wooden place, tucked deep into the woods near a shallow lake.
No neighbors.
It had a wood stove, solar power, a hand pump well out back, and an outhouse instead of a bathroom. That was fine with me. The place looked old but sturdy. The listing said it was used mostly for hunting season and occasionally rented out to hikers or loners like me. I packed up my small SUV the night before. Sleeping bag, cooler, canned food, portable stove, flashlight, firewood, first aid kit, books, and the usual things for solo camping. I left early in the morning, around 6 a.m., wanting to beat traffic and have enough time to settle in before dark. The first 2 hours of driving were uneventful. Empty roads, some mist hanging low over the trees, a few farms, and a lot of changing leaves. I took the back roads like I usually do. I don't trust GPS much when it gets that far out, so I printed directions ahead of time from the listings website. I followed the paper map closely. The last stretch was supposed to be a right turn onto a dirt road called Timber Ridge Trail. From there, it would be a few more miles straight into the woods until I hit a chain across the road. The cabin was on the other side. The key would be in a box on a post. But I missed the turn. The road didn't have a sign. There were 2 dirt roads near each other, both narrow and overgrown. I figured I'd try the one on the left since it looked more like it had been driven on. I kept going even though something about the trees felt different. They were thick, darker than I expected. The canopy overhead blocked a lot of light. The road got narrower, rougher. I had to slow way down. I should have turned around, but I didn't. I figured it was just a rougher part of the road. It's common in the Upper Peninsula to find roads like this, untouched, washed out, used mostly by hunters. The deeper I went, the more I felt like I was going the right way. There were tire tracks, after all. Someone had been down here recently. About 2 more miles in, the road started to climb slightly. Rocks scraped the underside of the SUV. I saw no signs, no markers, nothing that matched what I remembered from the listing. I pulled over when I reached what looked like a small clearing. There was an old cabin off to the left, tucked between 2 large pines. It wasn't the one from the listing. This one looked abandoned. The wood was gray and weathered, like it hadn't been stained in decades. The windows were dark and streaked with dirt. No curtains. The porch sagged in the middle. There was a rusted-out truck half buried in weeds nearby. Still, something about it felt lived in. There were no animals nesting inside, no obvious damage from storms or fallen branches. Just old. I checked my phone. No signal. I walked up to the porch, more out of curiosity than anything else. The front door was closed but not locked. I opened it just enough to peek in. Inside, it was dark and smelled like dry wood, old dust, and something faintly sour, like mold that had dried out long ago. There was a cot in one corner, a wood stove, and shelves lined with old cans. No power, no signs of anyone. It was getting late. The sun had started dipping behind the trees. I didn't want to keep driving around unfamiliar forest roads in the dark. I hadn't seen another cabin, another road, or another person for miles. I made a decision I probably shouldn't have. I told myself I'd just stay the night there, clean up in the morning, and figure out where I went wrong. I parked closer, grabbed my gear, and brought it inside. I lit a small fire in the stove. The chimney must have still worked because the smoke drew fine. I cleared some dust off the cot and laid my sleeping bag out. I didn't unpack anything else. I didn't want to make myself too comfortable. The floor creaked when I walked. Every time I stepped, I listened for echoes, movement, anything. That first night was quiet, but not peaceful. I didn't sleep much. The wind knocked against the boards outside, and I kept hearing branches crack. Every sound felt too close. Around 2 a.m., I heard a deep creaking sound, like weight shifting on old wood. I froze. It didn't repeat. I told myself it was just the wood settling from the fire heat, which happens in old places. Still, I kept the hatchet by my sleeping bag. By morning, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. I stepped outside and walked around the cabin. No signs of animals. No tracks. I decided to find the right road. I drove back the way I came and finally spotted the correct turn, about half a mile from where I had turned before. The cabin from the listing was exactly where it was supposed to be, but I didn't go there. Something about the other cabin stuck with me. It wasn't just the look of it. It was the feeling, like something was unfinished, like someone had been there recently. I don't know why, but I wanted to figure out what that place was. So I went back. I spent the next day checking it out more carefully. The food on the shelves was old but not expired. The labels had design styles I hadn't seen in stores for years, maybe the early 2000s. There were matches, candles, a propane lantern with a nearly full tank. There was a pair of boots tucked neatly under a bench. Not rotting, not covered in dust. Someone had stayed here not too long ago. In the back room, which had no door, I found a table covered with maps. Topographic maps, hunting maps, and hand-drawn sketches of the area. Some had notes written on them in pencil. Bear sightings, tracks, voices. That last one stopped me. Voices? I looked closer. One of the maps had a circle drawn around the area I had entered the night before. Just above it, in shaky handwriting, someone had written, "They don't come past here." I didn't know what to think. I wasn't scared yet, just confused. I figured it was maybe an old hunter's note about animals or some strange local joke. That night, things got worse. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound. Not the wind, not branches. It was a dull thump. Then again. A third time. I sat up, heart pounding. It sounded like it came from outside, maybe near the front wall. I stayed quiet. I didn't move. I waited for it to stop. Then I heard a dragging sound. Slow, crunching through leaves and dirt. It moved around the cabin, circling. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I checked around the cabin. I found something I missed before. Behind the cabin, near the tree line, there were 6 holes dug into the ground, all about the size of small graves. Not fresh, not new, but definitely man-made. I was done. I packed my things, loaded the car, and left fast. I didn't look back, but I didn't go straight home. I drove into the nearest town and found the local library. I asked the clerk if they had any old maps or records of cabins in the Timber Ridge area. She pointed me to the archives section. I sat there for hours, digging through land ownership records, forestry maps, anything I could find. Most of it was boring, but one record from the late 90s caught my eye. It mentioned a small hunting cabin owned by a man named Lewis Kramer. He had gone missing in 2002. Last seen heading to his cabin with supplies for 2 weeks. Never returned. A search was conducted, but the area was too large and unmarked. The case went cold. The location listed matched exactly where I had been. I dug further. Kramer had been a retired schoolteacher from Grand Rapids. Lived alone, known to take off into the woods every fall. No family, no will. Eventually, the land reverted back to the county, but no one reclaimed the cabin. It was left to rot. But someone had been there since then. Maybe a squatter, maybe someone else who didn't want to be found. Whoever it was, they were quiet, careful, and didn't want visitors. I remembered the maps, the notes, the holes out back. I left the library feeling sick. I drove home without stopping. For weeks after, I couldn't sleep. Every sound in my house reminded me of that cabin. I couldn't stop thinking about who or what I might have heard out there. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe it? There were no ghosts.
No monsters.
Just something human. Something real. That's what made it worse. Eventually, the nightmares stopped. I went back to work, but I never went back into the woods alone again. And I never will. It was the second week of October when I drove out to the cabin. I had rented it for 10 days, wanting to get away from everything. I needed to clear my head. Life in the city had gotten too loud, and I'd been dealing with stress from work and some family stuff I didn't really talk about. The cabin was supposed to be in a remote part of northern Michigan, tucked deep into the woods near a lake I'd never heard of. It had no neighbors nearby and no cell service, which was exactly what I wanted. The drive took almost 8 hours. The last stretch of road was narrow and full of potholes. Leaves covered the path, and I had to drive slow to avoid sliding off into the ditch. The trees on both sides felt like they were closing in the farther I went. I finally reached the cabin around 4 in the afternoon. It was smaller than it looked in the pictures online, just a simple wooden structure with a porch that wrapped around the front. It had a metal roof and a stone chimney. There was a shed off to the side that looked like it hadn't been opened in years. I parked the car next to the porch and stepped out. The air was colder than I expected. The leaves were a mix of deep red, bright orange, and brown. They rustled quietly in the breeze. There was no sound other than that. No cars, no voices, no animals. Just the wind. Inside, the cabin was pretty bare. There was a couch, a wooden table, a small kitchen, and a single bedroom. The floorboards creaked when I walked. I checked the bathroom, basic, but clean. The windows were foggy from the cold, but they looked out onto the forest. I unpacked what I brought and put my food in the small fridge. Then I lit a fire in the old stone fireplace. That first night was quiet. I sat on the couch, reading a paperback book I brought. The fire popped and cracked, and I felt myself relax for the first time in weeks. I slept better than I had in months. The next day, I went for a long walk in the woods. There was no trail, but the trees weren't too close together, so I wandered for a while without getting lost. I found the lake about half a mile north. It was still covered with a thin layer of mist that didn't go away even in the late morning. I stood by the edge for a while. I didn't see any fish or birds. It was as if nothing lived there. The silence was heavy. By the third day, I started to feel a little uneasy. It wasn't anything specific at first, just small things. I'd wake up and find the door to the bathroom open when I knew I had shut it. Once, I came in from a walk and found the fire going, even though I hadn't lit it since the night before. I thought maybe I was forgetting things. I hadn't been sleeping well in the city, and I figured it might be catching up to me. Then I started hearing things at night. It started around the 5th night. I was in bed, just starting to doze off, when I heard the floor creak in the living room. I lay there, holding my breath, listening. It was the same sound the boards made when I walked on them. I waited, staring at the dark ceiling, but I didn't hear anything else. I finally convinced myself it was the cabin settling. Old wood made noise, but the next night it happened again. And this time, I heard something soft, like breathing. It was close. I sat up quickly and looked around the dark room, but I couldn't see anything. I turned on the small lamp next to the bed and got up to check. Nothing was there. I looked out the windows, just trees and blackness. By the 7th day, I was sleeping with a flashlight next to me. I had started locking the bedroom door at night, even though I was the only one there. I started feeling watched. That day, I went to the shed to look inside. It was locked with an old padlock, rusted and thick. I tried pulling on it, but it didn't budge. Something about the shed made me feel sick to my stomach, like I wasn't supposed to go near it. That night, the noises got worse. I woke up to the sound of the front door opening, creaked loud, then slammed shut. I jumped out of bed, grabbed the flashlight, and flung open the bedroom door. The front door was closed, locked. The fire was burning again in the fireplace. I hadn't lit it. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch with the flashlight in my lap, staring at the door. I kept thinking I saw something move outside the windows, but every time I looked, it was gone. On the 8th day, I packed my things. I had 2 days left on the rental, but I didn't care. I couldn't take it anymore. I loaded up the car and tried to start it. It wouldn't turn over. I tried again. Nothing. The battery was dead. I popped the hood, but everything looked fine. I checked my phone. Still no service. I had no choice but to wait until the next day to try to walk out to the main road. I didn't know how far it was, but I figured I could make it by noon if I started early. That night, everything got worse. Around midnight, I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, heavy. They moved across the wood, then stopped in front of the door. I held my breath, staring at the handle. It didn't move. I didn't move. The fire flickered low in the fireplace. Then the footsteps started again. They moved around the cabin. I could hear them on the side, then at the back. Something was walking in circles. I turned off the lights and sat in the corner of the room, holding the flashlight tight. I didn't sleep at all. At sunrise, I opened the door and stepped outside. There were footprints in the dirt. Not boots, bare feet, big, deep impressions. They circled the cabin multiple times, then disappeared into the trees. I didn't waste time. I grabbed my bag and started walking. I didn't stop to eat. I didn't stop to rest. I just walked, looking over my shoulder every few minutes. I didn't see anyone, but I felt something behind me the entire time. It took me almost 5 hours to reach the gravel road. A truck passed by around noon, and I flagged it down. I didn't tell the driver much, just that my car died and I needed a ride into town. He dropped me off at a gas station. I called a tow company and gave them directions. They said it would take a day or two to get someone out there. I left the keys with them and got a motel room nearby. That night, I slept with the lights on. A few days later, the tow company called. They said when they got to the cabin, my car was gone. No tracks, no sign of it. Just gone. Like it had never been there. I filed a report with the police, but nothing ever came of it. I never got the car back. I never got an explanation. That was 6 months ago. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't rent cabins. I don't even like driving past thick forest now. Something was out there. Something real. I don't know what it wanted. I don't want to know. All I know is I got out.
I'm alive.
And I'll never go back to that place again. I've been working nonstop for almost 10 months straight. No weekends, no real breaks, just work, eat, sleep, and repeat. My job wasn't physically demanding, but the pressure was brutal. Constant deadlines, nonstop messages, back-to-back meetings. It wore me down. I started having trouble sleeping, and even when I did sleep, I'd wake up tired and tense. My body felt wired but exhausted at the same time. A few coworkers had mentioned this off-grid cabin rental service. It wasn't on any mainstream site. You had to know someone who knew someone. They promised solitude. No internet, no cell service, no neighbors. Just you, a wooden cabin, and nature. That sounded like exactly what I needed. The booking was strange. I didn't even get an exact address until a week before. It was somewhere in the northern part of the state, close to the state line, tucked between two hills according to the vague directions. I was told to park near a dirt pull-off on a forest road and then hike about half a mile to get to the cabin. The drive took almost 5 hours. The last hour was just winding dirt roads. No signs, no houses, no gas stations, just dense trees. By the time I pulled off at the spot marked on the directions, it was past 3 in the afternoon. I packed a backpack with some food, water, and basic supplies, grabbed the cabin keys, and started the hike. The trail was barely visible. I had to follow orange ribbons tied to trees. It felt more like walking through someone's backyard than an actual trail. I didn't see or hear anyone the entire time. When I reached the cabin, I was surprised. It looked a bit older than I expected, more like a hunting shack than a vacation cabin. The roof slanted to one side slightly. The wood was aged and gray, but it looked solid. A small chimney stuck out the side. The windows were dusty but intact. There was a single solar panel on one side and a metal box mounted on a post nearby for firewood and basic tools. No lights, no signs of anyone else. Inside, it was quiet and simple. One room with a small bed, a wood stove, a table, a couple of chairs, and some shelves with dry food and matches. There was a small bathroom in the corner with a composting toilet and a jug-based sink setup.
No mirror.
No power outlets. No signals on my phone. I sat down and just listened. Nothing but wind and the occasional creak of the wooden walls. No hum of machines, no buzzing electronics, no traffic. Just silence. It felt like my body finally let go of some invisible weight. I ate a cold sandwich and laid on the bed. I didn't even realize I'd fallen asleep until I woke up and the room was dark. The next day, I woke with the sun. I hadn't slept that deeply in months. My body was still sore from the hike and the rough mattress, but I felt more rested than I had in ages. I spent the day walking around the nearby woods, gathering kindling, making a fire, writing in a notebook, and just sitting. My phone stayed off. I didn't want anything to do with the world back home. But on the second night, I noticed something that didn't sit right with me. It was about midnight. The fire in the stove was low, but the cabin was warm. I was about to fall asleep when I heard a creaking sound. At first, I thought it was the old wood settling, but it happened again, slow, deliberate, not like wind. It sounded like someone stepped on the wooden steps outside. I held my breath. I didn't move. I stared at the door, trying to convince myself it was just the wind or a branch falling. But the creak came again. Then another, a little closer to the door. I sat up and listened. No footsteps.
No knocking.
Nothing else. I waited a long time, maybe half an hour. Then I finally dozed off, still facing the door. In the morning, I stepped outside. The area around the cabin looked the same as the day before. No footprints, no disturbed leaves or dirt. I told myself it was nothing, probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or something on the steps. That evening, I made the fire a little bigger and locked the door, even though it barely latched properly. I stayed up later watching the door. Nothing happened. I eventually fell asleep. The third night was different. Around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why at first. It was just a cold feeling that something was wrong. I sat up and looked at the door. It was open about 2 inches. I know I closed and latched it. I got up, walked slowly to the door, and pulled it shut. I didn't see anything outside. I latched it again and put one of the chairs in front of it. I stayed up until daylight. That morning, I walked the area more carefully. I checked around the cabin. Still no obvious tracks, but I found something behind the cabin that hadn't been there before. A broken tree branch lying across the path I'd walked the first day. It was fresh, with green still in the wood. I would have noticed it. I started to feel uneasy. Maybe it was some local messing with me, trying to scare outsiders. But how would they even know I was there? The place was so remote, and the company that ran the cabin said no one else would be nearby. I considered leaving, but I was halfway through my week, and I really didn't want to throw in the towel. I told myself I was being paranoid. That night, I didn't light a fire. I kept the place dark. I figured maybe if someone was messing with me, they'd think I wasn't home. Around midnight, I heard the steps again. Slow, deliberate. Then I heard something brush against the outside wall, like a hand dragging across the wood. I stayed still, didn't make a sound. My heart was pounding. Then the doorknob rattled, just a little, a soft metal click. I held my breath. The door didn't open. Eventually, the sounds stopped. I didn't sleep that night. As soon as the sky lightened, I packed my things and left. I didn't bother cleaning up. I just stuffed everything into my bag and left the key on the table. The hike back to my car felt much longer. Every sound made me jump. I kept turning around. When I got back to my car, I noticed something strange. There were fresh boot prints near my car door, bigger than mine, not mine. I got in, locked the doors, and drove the entire way back without stopping. When I emailed the rental company later that day, I didn't accuse them of anything. I just said there may have been someone around the cabin at night. They never responded, not even an automated message. That was 6 months ago. Sometimes I think about going back and setting up a camera just to see. But then I think about the door being open, the rattling knob, the prints by my car, and I decide I'd rather not know. I still get out into nature sometimes, but never alone anymore, and never without telling someone exactly where I am. Because now I know, just because you're off the grid doesn't mean you're alone.